Welcome, everybody, to the May 21st, 2024 County Board recessed meeting. I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey. I've got my Vice Chair here, Takis Karantonis, and members Matt DeFranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. We're all here. And as we often do, we're going to start with recognitions and proclamations, and then there'll be some reports from the board. And I'm going to start with just a little recognition that we had this weekend for a very important member of our community, Charlie Clark. And he is a really well-known local historian. He passed away recently. We have a slide to put up if we can find it. There we go. Picture of Charlie kind of at his best. He was just a great guy. Passed away, and we did do a proclamation in his honor at our December meeting. And we got a further recognition this weekend, and the Arlington Center for Local History, which is kind of not a very interesting name. I've always thought that wasn't the most interesting name. Anyway, now it's called the Charlie Clark Center for Local History, which is quite appropriate and a great way to remember a great Arlingtonian who really did a lot. If you ever do any much research or looking at Arlington history, Charlie's name will pop up. And that brings us next to a proclamation for Bike Month. Takis, would you take that one for us?
I have to have a microphone for that.
Yeah, microphone helps.
Yeah, it helps. So this is an exceptional honor to do that. I really love to read that proclamation. There are 8 whereases, but there are like 3,000 reasons why to ride a bike in Arlington County, especially in good weather. So, and if it's not so good weather, then you have to buy some appropriate gear, and then you will enjoy it all around. So here's the proclamation. Bike Month. Whereas Arlington County is home to an expansive bicycle network, including some of the region's most popular bicycle trails, and whereas bicycle commuting is an effective and sustainable means of improving air quality, reducing traffic congestion, and conserving energy, and bicycle commuting benefits both employees and employers through better health and fitness and reduced commuting and parking costs, and whereas Arlington continues to invest, true, in bicycle safety and infrastructure improvements through Vision Zero, county and regional transportation engineering projects, and is committed to creating equitable opportunities for education, encouragement, and engagement around active transportation countywide. And whereas Arlington has a growing population of cyclists, I can attest to that, of all ages, I can attest to that too, many of whom are actively involved in shaping county, regional, state, and national transportation and community policies. And whereas Arlington is recognized as a gold-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists, which has designated May 5th, 2024, to be National Ride and Bike Day, and whereas the National Center for Safe Routes to Schools has designated May 8th, 2024, to be National Bike and Roll to School Day, and whereas the League of American Bicyclists has declared the week of May 13 to 19, 2024, to be Bike to Work Week, that was last week, whereas the National Capital Region Transportation Planning Board has proclaimed May 17th, that's last Friday, 2024, to be Bike to Work Day throughout the Washington metropolitan region, including Arlington. Now, therefore, I, our Chair Libby Garvey, Chair of the Arlington County Board, Virginia, do hereby proclaim May 24th, 2024 as Bike Month in Arlington County, and urge all residents to support and participate in these and other activities that contribute to the health of the community and the environment. That's the proclamation. It was an awesome Bike to Work week and an awesome Bike to Work Friday. Despite some bad weather, etc., people were out and using our trails in thousands of them. I think that the emergence of also e-bikes lately has really popularized that, including in a hilly community like ours. It makes it really more accessible and possible. And I see always smiling faces when they finish their bike ride. And this alone is worth this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know that we have anyone to actually formally present this to. I will assure everyone the original here is signed.
Oh, you do?
We do. Come on up. Come on up. Excellent. The original is signed that he's going to present. And we'll do a picture here. Yeah. And as everybody comes up, I just want to take a point of personal privilege. I had such pleasure signing this. As a few people still know, my husband was great for biking to work, started to doing it in the 1980s, the early 1980s, when nobody biked to work. We had a bike in our living room because that was the garage for the bike. And it was great, and I'm just delighted to see how many people are doing this now. All right, we're going to be the background here for you guys. Yeah. Yeah, we ought to have a bike. Mason might have his bike in his office. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks all for being here and coming up. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. What a great way to get around. All right. I will now turn the microphone over to my colleague Matt DeFerranti, who's going to read a proclamation on National Public Works Week.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a proclamation for us. Whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Arlington County, and whereas dedicated public works professionals in Arlington County are responsible for planning, designing, building, improving, operating, and maintaining public works facilities and services, including transportation, water treatment and supply, solid waste systems, and other essential public works activities. And whereas Arlington County recognizes the contributions of public works professionals and extends sincere appreciation for their commitment to excellence in their efforts to improve and enhance the health, safety, welfare, and prosperity of the county. And whereas 2024 marks the 64th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, which continues to promote an understanding of and appreciation for the role public works projects play in sustaining economic growth and vitality. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim May 19th, 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week in Arlington County, and urge all residents to share their appreciation for the contributions of public works professionals and the services they provide to the community and the environment. Thanks very much.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have some folks here for a picture.
Yes.
Excellent, come on up.
Thank you.
You know, and I just want to say, when it comes to public works and infrastructure, people don't think about it much here in Arlington. I mean, it's so important that we recognize the work because people don't think about it. And the reason they don't think about it is you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
If people are talking to us about public works, then I start to get worried. There's usually means there's a problem. But because they don't, it means you're doing absolutely wonderful work and making Arlington what it is. Thank you. Come on up. And do you want to go around front and get the?
Sure.
All right, I'll go around.
You go for it.
Yeah, I'll go for it. I'm chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Matt, how are you? Good to see you anytime. Pete, thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Nice to
Every
meet you.
day.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. How are you?
Who's going to be the person holding it? There we go. Who needs to be the bill? Come on, we got to kind of organize ourselves.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, guys.
Is that Kendra?
All right, thank you all. You know, I think before I leave, I want us to show again the meeting where we did a presentation on that huge water main break by Chain Bridge. Some of you may have worked on that. That was the most exciting, riveting board presentation I've heard, and I think we should do it again. I'm going to see if we can pull up a video of that before I leave here. All right.
When these things break, it takes exactly 7 minutes until the pressure in Roslyn falls.
Yeah.
So this is how important it is. That
Well,
these
and the
people
earth
are
was,
on it.
things were,
Yeah.
it was an amazing, and it made you really appreciate how important, and actually at times how dangerous the work is. So, thank you. All right. That brings me to the chair's report, and I am going to sort of pass this one off a little bit. You know, usually in September, I do a little report on emergency preparedness, because that's kind of emergency preparedness month after 9/11. We all kind of think about this in September. However, looking at this fall, I think it's not too early to start thinking about emergency preparedness now. For this fall. Weather experts are saying it could be an especially severe hurricane season. We do get hurricanes here, and sometimes they're pretty bad. And then, of course, we're all reading in the paper about potential issues with election security, including civil disturbances, AI fake videos, and all kinds of things designed to create chaos during the election. So I think it's better we start thinking about this earlier rather than later. And because of that, I'm going to make preparedness kind of a regular subject of my monthly chair's report, I think, for the next several months. And I'm going to start here by asking our manager to turn it over to public safety staff, I think, is what he's going to do, to give us a short summary of what is being done in Arlington and the region right now to prepare for the fall and election security. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Sure. Just hold on one second. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
You can. Someone can sit next to me. I don't bite. So let me start off by saying that we are already meeting regionally, and I'm going to have Chief Penn talk a little bit about some of the regional meetings that we've had, and then I'm going to ask Will Flagler to talk a little bit about what we're doing on election security. So, Chief Penn.
Good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So a little bit for the planning meetings is we've already begun to have regional meetings across the broader national capital region. In addition to, we have meetings monthly of all the Northern Virginia chiefs, and this is a consistent topic to make sure that we are planning cohesively and effectively involving all of our different partners. And we will, the Northern Virginia meetings happen every month all year round, but this will be a topic. We've already had the initial broader regional conversation, but we will continue to have a normal cadence of these meetings to make sure that we all know what each other are doing so that what we do complements one another as we head towards the fall.
Thank you. And you get regular reports from the federal government and things too, right? About
Yes.
what's going on?
Yep.
Yeah.
They were part of the initial meeting.
That's what I
yeah.
thought. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Flagler, I think maybe turn it over to you now.
Okay, for us, my department is really focused on making sure we're prepared. We have a robust relationship with the elections office, and we've had this relationship for a while. And one of the main things that we recently did for all the executive leadership team is we had a tabletop exercise where we went over different scenarios and how the county would react and how we're prepared. So I think we're in a really good position moving forward.
Thank you. And do you know, are other election offices doing this in the region? I suspect they are. We're not the only ones to be kind of looking into this and doing some training.
Yes, we're working with COG to make sure that the lessons that we learn from tabletops are shared across the region, and I'm working closely with my counterparts throughout the region regularly, at least monthly, and the pace may pick up as we get closer to the election.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that report, because we get other reports sometimes, but here I'd like to let folks just know that we're starting. We're thinking about it and we're working on it. So thank you very much. That brings me to the CIP. We've got our capital improvement program coming up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have our capital improvement program coming up and a schedule for public hearings and work sessions. And I'm going to turn this over to our acting clerk, Mason Kushner, to kind of give us an overview and let folks know what the schedule is. Mr. Kushner.
Yes, of course. Pardon me, one moment. So I appreciate it. More information to come next Tuesday, the 28th at 3 o'clock. That'll be the presentation of the CIP to this board. But we wanted to share in advance of that just a couple of key dates for members of the public or those who are viewing today. So we'll have that presentation next Tuesday, followed by a series of work sessions over the next 2 months. Those will involve the school board. Those will involve our various county commissions, as well as our various county departments here. You can see the schedule here. Those work sessions are the 4th, 6th, 11th and 25th. An important date to note here is the CIP public hearing, which is scheduled for Wednesday, July the 10th, followed by a wrap-up work session and adoption at the July regular or recessed county board meeting. Wanted to note specifically for members of the public that everyone is welcome and encouraged to submit their testimony. We welcome that in writing to county board. Please copy myself here. Emails are visible on the screen. All are also welcome and encouraged to testify at that public hearing on the 10th. Wanted to note that the procedures for that public hearing are very similar to those of budget, which we've just gone through. There will be a registration form online that will open and be available to everybody 5 business days in advance, opening at 8 a.m. five days in advance. If I've done my math correctly, that'll be 8 o'clock on July the 3rd. Once speakers are registered, they can also sign up in person the day of the hearing, but once they're registered, slightly different from our standard rules of procedure, all will have up to either 2 or 3 minutes to speak. So just wanted to put those dates out there, and more to come next Tuesday.
Thank you very much. And when that presentation is made, Mr. Manager, I assume it will, as soon as you present, it's going to be up on the website for people to watch and to look at and examine and find questions they might have.
Yes, it will be, and we'll have the full set of materials that accompany it. I don't have a page count at the moment because it's still growing as we speak, but there'll be a considerable volume of material for people to review.
That's great, thank you. All right, so we've got a busy few months here as we get into the summer. All right, with that, I think I am ready to move on to our appointments. So I will make the following appointments and designations. We'll vote, but that does not need a second. To the Arts Commission, I appoint Don Zientara for a term ending May 31st, 2027. To the Commission on Aging, appoint Molly Gelberd for a term ending May 31st, 2027. To the Community Oversight Board, appoint Selena Shakin for a term ending May 31st, 2028. To the Disability Advisory Commission, reappoint John Bryant Atkins for a term ending May 31st, 2026. To the Park and Recreation Commission, designate Gary Shinners as vice chair and appoint Daniel Garay and reappoint Jill Barker, both for terms ending May 31st, 2026. To the Planning Commission, reappoint Leo Sarli for a term ending April 30th, 2028. To the Roslyn Business Improvement District Board of Directors, reappoint both Sarah Karyosha, I think it is, and James Durr for terms ending January 31st, 2026. To the Sports Commission, appoint Meredith Waring for a term ending May 31st, 2026. And to the Technology Advisory Commission, reappoint John Burke for a term ending May 31st, 2027. All right, so all in favor of the motion before us,
Madam
please
Chair,
say yes.
may I
Would
make a comment before we vote?
Yes.
I had some conversation with our clerk, and first of all, I want to thank you and our clerk for guiding us through a transition these last couple of weeks. We are doing several reappointments here, and I would like to make sure going forward when we do a reappointment, we have the terms and the tenure and the term limit. So I wonder, would we be able to commit to doing that by our next meeting, or do we need a little longer?
No, of course, that'd be.
Okay, great. Just
No,
wanted
absolutely.
to
We
add
do have that information, and generally, I think the liaison to the commission is aware of it, but making us all aware is a really good idea.
Exactly. Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. With that, now are we ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you to all the folks who are willing to volunteer, both for the first time and also those who are re-upping. Thank you. All right, I think that brings us to our board member reports, and I'll start off with a report on Sister Cities San Miguel resolution. This is an exciting moment for Sister Cities, our Sister Cities organization, I think, and I'll turn it over to Takis Karantonis. Yes, what do you need? The text for that. All right, yes, there is a text because we're doing a resolution, and Mr. Karantonis needs the resolution. You got it, yes.
Sorry.
All right. You maybe don't need to read the whole thing, maybe you could summarize it.
I will summarize, and I will go directly. And this resolution is to actually, in colloquial terms, to reactivate the San Miguel El Salvador sister city partnership. This San Miguel slipped into what is called emeritus status, or in a status that was not active, and
Sort
it's
of on
back.
pause.
So it was on pause, and this resolution brings them back and allows our partner, the Arlington Sister City Association, to renew exchange programs, including for students, et cetera, with San Miguel and El Salvador. We have an active community here that cares a lot about this partnership, and we want to empower them to pursue that again in official terms. So this resolution basically is about this.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion to
I move to
adopt?
approve that, to adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion has been moved and seconded. Any more conversation? Are we ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you all very much. Motion passes 5-0, and San Miguel is back on regular status with us, which is great. Thank you. And then that brings us to a report. I believe, Mr. DeFranti, you have one on the Community Criminal Justice Board, an update for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we have a presentation that I hope we can pull up. I presented on this over 3 months ago. It's just 6 slides. I'll be succinct. The second slide talks about, it's the governing documents. You may recall I sort of described this. This is a summary of state code. We still have work to do on this, but in part, the next slide will show why we have not finished a lot of the work. So if we could go to that next slide, that'd be great. The focus of this, certainly my focus with respect to this area, and also the board's focus, was significant additional investments in critical areas. We had ideas about more than this as far as investments, but we have to be mindful that investments is not the same as necessarily outcomes. But we do know that we need to make some investments in order to improve and provide the resources to make our detention facility as good as it can be, and to care for those that are remanded to the care of our sheriff's deputies and sheriff's office. So there are a number of investments. Not all of them are the first 4 are related to the sheriff's office. Medical services, of course, being key. Medical bracelets also mentioned. As you engage with the sheriff's office, it's also critical for morale for a very, very difficult job. We also had some investments with respect to our Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. That's the Conviction Review Attorney and the Restorative Justice Director. And then the others, DHS is Department of Human Services, a critical piece of providing what we need. The last is an investment, $25,000 for our Public Defender's Office. Diverting those who are not best suited for our detention facility will have a critical impact on our ability to best serve those who are in the detention facility. There are so many, as we've discussed, who have mental health issues that are there, a higher percentage, I believe, than has been the case over the last 10, 15, 20 years. So that's that second slide. We'll move on to the next one. Doing a bunch of work. We have a meeting coming up this Thursday. A colleague is welcome. More not yet welcome, though if there were that demand, we could try and address it, but mostly because of open meetings. If a colleague would like to attend, that's be welcome, but I'll be happy to do the work. So that's for this Thursday. Is between the last meeting 3 months ago and this Thursday, this is what we've been up to, quite a few meetings. There's much more to do to implement this, but the budget took up a lot of the last 3 months. So the next slide, here's our action plan as a whole. We do have the materials for Thursday already up on the site, and we have to continue the work of engaging with internal and external stakeholders, and appreciative of all of those who are part of that group. So I think that's the last slide. Maybe there'll be one more. Mr. Kushner, if you want to try the next. This is the meeting on Thursday. There's the action plan. And those are the sort of 3 biggest priorities that I've been working on. There will be short presentations from each of the stakeholders on Thursday, and we will have a meeting scheduled for the end of July as we continue to work to set this function up and do it better. So
Great.
I think that's it.
No,
Thanks.
thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the invitation. In case people it didn't all come out quite so that you said maybe one person could come and no more, but that's just because of open meeting requirements, not because we don't like each other. It's fine.
Sure.
So thank you for that work, and thank you for the invitation and everything you did. I think next we go to our EHO update that Susan Cunningham would like to share. And this is more for the community, just to kind of, we've been working on this for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. So we had an update in March from staff, and I wanted to just build on that a little bit because I know the community continues to be very interested in this. And we as a board are very active with our staff, trying to learn quickly from what's gone on to date. So just very briefly, if you haven't been following along at home, or if you have, last year, the previous county board did adopt a zoning amendment that allows multiple homes on most residential lots in the county. And it's really important to keep in mind that this is by right development. So there's not a public hearing that's required with by right development, just as if you were, doing a renovation or a replacement of your home. It's not, as long as it meets zoning, you don't have to do a public hearing. Recognizing that this is a big change, the previous county board put in place 2 sets of guardrails. One is limiting the number of projects that could happen in the first 5 years. So that number was limited to 58 projects per year in each of the first 5 years. That could be more homes than projects, since each project by definition has at least 2 homes. And then all the staff reviews that are normally present for a construction project, in addition to a zoning review specific to the EHO permit, and all of our stormwater requirements all have to be followed. So important to keep that in mind. And then the last one is just to clarify some of the roles and responsibilities. Our zoning administrator and our county staff administer the board adopted policy. So they can't change the policy. Only the 5 up here can make any changes. And they also can't deny an EHO permit that meets the policy unless we've hit the caps. And so just important to keep that in mind and to be kind and supportive of each other during the process. Next page, please. So lots of folks have asked how it's going, and whenever we do a change, it creates anxiety in our community and in our neighborhoods. So I want to just highlight the wonderful and thorough update that the staff did for us in March, and you can click through to that March 19th meeting and watch it for yourself. Lots of board discussion and comments and great answers from staff. So that is a really important resource for the community. One of the things that was shared was that the biggest challenge, aside from where all the trash cans go, is that 4plexes and 6plexes actually need to meet a different building code than townhouses and duplexes. So we have a lot of learning to do in our residential developer community to get to know those codes. And so you see, when you watch the dashboard, you'll see a bunch of applications, and then they get pulled back, and then they get redone, and then they get pulled back, and they get redone, because it's a new building code, so folks are learning. Our staff has updated the EHO webpage. It has what's called the real-time dashboard, where you can search a geographic area, look at where an application is in the process. It also has, and you can see a picture of it there to the right, the updated and new sections were added after that update in March at the board's request, and it includes links to appeals that are in process, FOIA requests, and the applications themselves. And then finally, the staff will be back in July for an additional update. That will be the 1-year anniversary of the program, and they are anticipating publishing a report as well following that later in the fall.
Great.
And I think there's a couple more.
Okay.
Want to share how many are happening. So just for context, our EHO permits and our single-family home permits, you see we've got 30 permits approved and only 1 under construction so far. That's 120 homes and 2 homes under construction, whereas on the more traditional single-family, we've got 226 approved in that same time period. So just for context. Okay. This is the piece that staff have been working on really closely with us. It's been confusing for folks. When you have a concern, where does it go? And so just want to really clarify that if it is a concern about the policy, so you think that the ordinance is awesome, you think it should be changed, you think the permits are high or low, that's our job up here. So that comes to the board and to the board office. Most of the concerns, the biggest concerns we've heard are largely around stormwater and tree coverage, and to address that for all types of development in low residential, our county staff will begin a work this summer to understand what tools we might use to better manage lot coverage and permeability, tree coverage, and stormwater in those low residential neighborhoods. So stay tuned for that. We know that that is a concern across lots of development. It's not specific to EHO, though it was a discussion during the EHO process. Secondly, on the administrative side, if you have questions about how to apply for a permit, whether there's a permit that's been applied for, what the zoning action is and when it will happen, what the building code is, all of that goes to either our zoning administrator or building official on the staff side. So they are, as I said, working really closely with applicants and with neighbors to help clarify what is still a new program. And just reminders that the EHO permit itself is a zoning entitlement. It's not a building permit. So there's a building permit that needs to come later. And that's a source of some anxiety and some frustration at times, because the EHO permit stage is really you can explore doing this, or you can have one of the permit caps, but the details will get ironed out in the building permit. And then obviously after construction, there's also the occupancy permit. So recognizing that there's lots of concerns that come up and they may hit both of these, just know as a community member, you are welcome to come to the board and the board staff at any time, and we will help direct you whether it's a board question or a staff question. Next. And again, just highlighting that there are 3 different spots where we are taking action on these, on EHO projects. And again, it's by right, so there aren't public hearings, but if you do think there was an error, and some errors could occur, if you think there was a zoning ordinance violation, you have 2 different moments when you can express concern. One is within 30 days of the EHO permit itself, and then again within 30 days of the building permit issuance. And so just keep those in mind. They can be submitted electronically at Permit Arlington. And then finally, the occupancy permit and the use of the project, if at any time you feel that the project was not built to the specifications, there is no time limit on saying, I have a concern about this project, I think it's unsafe, et cetera. So that is always available to folks as well. One last one. And then just finally, I wanted to highlight that we are in a time period where there is an active lawsuit challenging parts of the policy. And so that means we're in that uncomfortable place where we can't speak as freely and as publicly about some of the pieces. And of course, that's not fun for any of us and for the community. It's just not satisfying, but it will be temporary. So just wanted to flag that. But even with that, we very much want to hear your input, and we will respond that we have received it. We may not be able to talk a lot about it, whether it's in written form or at Open Door Monday. And then finally, just want to highlight, we have heard some concerns in the community about the discovery process, which is underway. So the trial date is this summer, and as part of that, it's a normal course of business, and was requested by the plaintiffs that there be a discovery process where you shake the trees for things that may be relevant to the trial. Each party has shared possible witnesses, and each party has subpoenaed some of those witnesses to understand whether there's information that should be shared. It does not mean that any of those potential witnesses are being sued, and I think that it can feel that way, and there's been conversation about that, so wanted to highlight that this is just a standard process. It's part of any litigation, and when there are concerns, the court will handle them and get us through that. So that's it. And I assume there'll be lots of more conversation in the community over the next couple months and the next years, but just wanted to clarify a few things.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kushner, are you able to put that up and go back to slide 5, I think, of the presentation? I'm just thinking, watching this, Ms. Cunningham, I think it's very helpful to kind of put this in layman's terms, and I wonder if we might put some of this up on the website, which maybe we're going to plan to do as kind of just, and we could even call it, EHO 101 if you got questions. And I was thinking this slide, for example, you say questions about EHO permits can go to the, where it should go, zoning administration, but there's no contact information. So hopefully online, we could maybe have a link and the number could pop up, or the email, if that's all right. I'm sorry, I'm giving our staff more work, I think. But I think this is really helpful, and I think it could be, just tweaked a little bit and be up on the website and be helpful for folks who are trying to find information and wondering what's going on. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions at the moment on this? No?
And I would add, there are extensive FAQs that are being updated by staff as well. Right. So that's
which is good, which is great. Sometimes we do so much FAQ that then you can't find your way to the right facts that you want, the question, exactly. So that's why I think this an overall thing is really helpful, and then people can, and hopefully this will send them to the FAQs as well. So thank you very much. All right, I think we are ready to go to a CPC presentation, COG, I think, from Takis.
Well, it's not a CPC presentation, it's about.
Oh, it's a housing indicator tool?
Yes.
Have you done did you do the CPC? You're not. Excuse me, it's just what I have on my schedule here.
Oh, CPCC.
CPCC.
Did Mr. Dowell, this
Yes,
is not a
Mr.
COG,
Dowell's on the line with us.
It's different. It's the Crystal City.
Crystal City, Pentagon
Okay,
City
okay.
Citizens
Yes,
Group.
right.
Mr. Dowell will, who's chairing this group, will give us the group is preparing to submit almost there, Mr. Dowell, right?
There's Mr.
Yes.
It's biennial report.
Okay.
I had the honor and the pleasure really to attend the last meeting of the group. I had intensive conversations. There is a lot going on, in this corner of Arlington. So I think that Mr. Dowell has a very interesting, summary report, and I will be distributing the final report the moment that I receive it from Mr. Dowell.
Excellent.
So
Is
the
there
floor is
anything-
yours.
Okay, Mr. Dowell, take it away.
Great, thank you. Yes, as Taka said, I'm Mike Dow, Chair of the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, and thanks for the opportunity to provide a summary or a look ahead of the recommendations that we'll be providing. So CPCC is charged with monitoring the implementation of the Crystal and Pentagon City sector plans and providing recommendations. Both plans have kind of a core at the heart of them, which is an agreement between the residents, the developers, and the county that in return for developing the area at higher density, there are contributions made to provide community benefits to compensate for the impacts of that increased density. So in our report, as the CPC has been monitoring the sector plan implementations, we've grown increasingly concerned about the provisioning and the lag in providing the community infrastructure to keep up with the growing population. And as many of you have seen, when we go through a site plan review process, we come up with site plan specific mitigations, and those turn into community benefits. So I want to clarify here, what we're talking about in our recommendations is more like community infrastructure, big things like a school, community center, library, things which are beyond any one particular site to provision. So I'll go into those recommendations briefly. The one number to hold in mind, if you could, is that by 2050, so 26 years from now, the population of the Richmond corridor, which is essentially Crystal and Pentagon cities, is forecast by the county to more than double. So this is a really big trajectory of growth, and our infrastructure arguably is not particularly adequate today. So getting to 2050 is going to take a lot of effort, and that's where we're have some recommendations for the board to consider, and to get some of this provisioning on track. The other thing to keep in mind is things like community centers can take, 15 years easily to deliver, starting from putting the funding together. So when you think of those timeframes, the year 2050 is almost on us in some respects. Okay, so there's 6 items where we're making recommendations, and I'll just cover those now. Elementary school, the community has requested a centrally located elementary school to accommodate the increased school age population there. We recommend that APS has done some work in this, but we think given the shortage of land there, that a joint county APS engagement would be good to review the work they've done to date and kind of get to a good understanding of where they're at before we get to a final recommendation on school facilities. Community center. You're all familiar with the Aurora Hills Community Center, a one-room community center. 32,000 people live within 1 mile of that community center. It's not adequate today, certainly not adequate when the population doubles. And yet we have a really good opportunity here to develop a community center specifically for a high-density corridor and really consider the needs of folks who live in high-density housing and what a community center specifically developed for that kind of area should look like. The Crystal City Library, so we've had a challenge arise in the last month with the provisioning of that library and securing the space for it. We'd really like to get the assistance of the county board to get stakeholders in the room and help get that library back on track. Again, this is another opportunity where developing a library for a high-density corridor, there's some great opportunities to think through that. I know the libraries have been thinking through what the future of libraries look like, and this is a really good opportunity to engage there. Open space. So open space has been slow in being provisioned. It is now coming along. Metro Market Square, Center Park, these are Virginia Highlands Master Plan. These are all starting to come into the next couple of years. But we'd like to make sure that the funding for these parks is adequate, any gap filling funding is secured, and to try to pull some of that open space delivery forward wherever we can. The green ribbon. So the community is really engaged with the green ribbon design. So there's a couple of opportunities here we'd like to have the board consider. One is to formally extend the green ribbon, which is really only codified in the Pentagon City Sector Plan, to extend that into Crystal City and to also look a little beyond. There's some really interesting opportunities to extend perhaps to northern Alexandria, as the county manager had recommended a little while ago, and some really cool things to do there. The second thing is the community would like to work with developers in the county to develop some exemplars for how the green ribbon should look. What we don't want to do here is develop design standards and requirements, but really to just set the bar really high on how the green ribbon should manifest as it goes through all the diverse areas of our community. The last one is the small area plan for 23rd Street. The recent Melwood Glup really brought the 23rd Street into focus. If you guys are familiar, this is at one end, it's the restaurant row. At the other end, it is schools and churches. It's a really interesting area. It's almost historic as far as our restaurant row goes, and we'd really like to get some planning in place to make sure that those aging structures in the 500 block of Restaurant Row really have a path forward to remain viable. There's several issues we're tracking. Safety and security is you are aware that crime rate has gone up. There's some concerns about keeping the area safe, and we'd like to continue to engage on that. Arts and culture has been a little sticky for the community. We lost the Cinetic Theater a couple of, I think last year, and yet we haven't really gotten any replacement venues or other activities to kind of kickstart the arts and culture in the Crystal and Pentagon Cities area. Crystal City Underground is a challenge. There's some different views from the stakeholders on that. I think there's a meeting scheduled for next week. Really appreciate the county's engagement on that. And with the Route 1 traffic study, that also has a diversity of opinions on how that should be done. And really all focused on getting to the best solution for pedestrian safety when we think about the east-west connectivity. So that's a summary. It's a quick one. Really happy to engage more on this. All of these really would benefit from county board kind of engagement. Really appreciate Takis's support on this, and thanks for the opportunity to provide this summary.
Thank you, Mr. Dowell. I'll see if any of my colleagues have got a question for you, perhaps. Am I wrong in remembering this maybe used to be the CCCRC?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
that was why I was getting kind of confused. All right. Yes, yes. a lot's changed, and you've been there the whole
Yes.
time. Thank you. Lots of good work. I'm really impressed you got it all on one page. Mr. Carantonis, any comments that you'd like to make before I don't see other questions coming forward?
I don't have questions. I find the report really very comprehensive and thorough, and I thank you for the thought leadership on these things, even if some of the items, need some digestion from our side, because, they're not all easy to approach policy-wise, and they challenge us. So I really thank the group for endeavoring to do this work and for continuing that. So we will be receiving your report. I have already the draft. You tell me when this is a final, and I will be very happy to distribute to my colleagues, and we will be in conversation about this.
That's great. And then one more question
you.
for you, Mr. Dowell. Livability 22202, how does that relate?
So the three civic associations continue to work together with livability, and CPCC engages with them. So when you see information and requests coming from the three civic associations, that's generally going to be a livability initiative. And then the CPCC is kind of the engagement with the developers, property owners, and other stakeholders in the area.
Excellent, thank you. Great work, lots of good work. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, can I ask one
Yes.
question? Maybe not. Mike, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. You're quick with your
Sorry.
click. We will be later today having lots of conversation about the Melwood Special GLUP study, and I'm just curious if you could bring to life a little bit the conversation you all have had around the small area plan, what that means to you, how urgent, anything that you want us to know as we're digging in this week.
Yeah. So they were kind of on different tracks. The small area plan concept came up back in late 2021. The concern was that down in the Restaurant Row end, so it's a 500 block, the infrastructure there, the buildings and the utilities and everything are really aging out. And we're concerned that recapitalizing that area is going to prove difficult. And if we wait for, if it happens all of, piecewise, it may lose some integrity, and there's an opportunity to kind of think through what we want 23rd Street, especially at that end, to look like. There's also the observation that if you walk around there, there's a bunch of houses that have kind of turned into businesses and backyards that have turned into parking lots. And so there's kind of an edge, a very rough edge to that 23rd Street that goes back a block or so. And so there was some desire to kind of think that through a little bit. So that came in with the Melwood Club. And, I apologize for being a little loose, but a GLUP tends to be a bit of a reactive exercise, whereas a small area plan could be more proactive. You've got time to think through what you want to achieve, and you're thinking about the larger area as opposed to a particular site. So that's kind of how the two relate. I think coming out of the Melwood GLUP, the community is thinking more about, well, what's the rest of this 23rd Street? What do we want it to look like? What are the thoughts on how it's going to look 10, 20 years from now, and how might we guide that?
Thank you. It's really helpful.
Yep, no, good question. Thank you again. Take care. All right, I think we are now, Mr. Carantonis is ready for your housing indicator to our regional report. We are to COG now, I think. Okay.
I had some slides that Mr. Kushner can share.
Oh, yes. He's got a lot of slides to be sharing today.
Colleagues, in late March, I had the opportunity to participate in the presentation of the 2024 Housing Indicator Tool presentation, and I also participated in a panel discussing that from the perspective of Arlington. So I wanted to give you a report about what this tool is and what it does, and suggest that you visit the actual website, the dashboard, and see for yourself, and so everybody who who is tuned in housing issues or has questions can do the same. It's an excellent data environment to explore. So the background to the, first of all, what slide here, what is the housing indicator tool? This comes from the realization that the housing affordability crisis in the DMV continues to grow, and that building enough new housing and meet the demand while preserving affordability is a problem that takes collective effort. That means regional effort to solve. The housing indicator tool is a digital dashboard and tracks affordable housing production and preservation at the regional and at the individual jurisdiction level. So there is aggregate data, and then you can go and choose Arlington and see how Arlington is performing, and if you want to compare with others, how Alexandria is performing, how other jurisdictions are performing in the broader metropolitan region. It also tracks policies. That's very interesting. It's not a very mature tracking of policies, but I think it's a very good start. The policies that are tracked are the policies that facilitate production and preservation and produce outcomes that the region seeks in order to also address discrimination, displacement, and inequity in housing development and housing affordability. The bottom line for this year is that the region has made progress in increasing production. You will see that Arlington has contributed significantly to that. But in order to solve the affordability crisis, the effort needs to be scaled. And that means that every sector needs to contribute, public, private, and philanthropic. Next slide, please. So a little bit about who has prepared this tool, who is providing that. HAND is a nonprofit partnership, a collective that works across the private, the public, the social sectors. Here in DC, it is mostly based here in DC, but it also expands to Baltimore and Richmond. Their mission is to support the professional community of housing providers in order to increase the supply of affordable housing in Washington, D.C. metropolitan region. Next slide. So this is the URL where the housing indicator tool lives, where these dashboards are. Let me give you just a big picture. Our greater metropolitan region is home. We are 5,674,000 people. And we have 2.2 million housing units as of 2022. Since 2010, our metropolitan region has added an average of 51,000 people a year and about 22,000 housing units per year. 38% of the households are renters, and 47% of these renting households, tenant households, are housing burdened. This is a staggeringly high percentage. The metropolitan region did not meet, as a whole, the annual production target. We often talk about that. Are we in a good place? Are we producing as much as we should in order to reach our housing goals? And not as a whole, we have tried very hard. We came close, but we didn't meet our housing production target for the year 2023, which is the last year that went into the statistics that feed into the dashboard. Cumulatively, the metropolitan region has produced at least 108,000 units since 2019, and it should have been producing about 125,000 units. So we are steady 20% behind of our goal attainment here. Next slide, please. So Arlington is home to 234,000 people and has 122,000 housing units in 2022. Since 2010, Arlington has been adding an average of 2,200 people a year and 1,400 housing units per year. Now, different than the general statistics of the region, 58% of our households are tenant households, are renters. So the majority of households are renters, and still almost 40% of our renter households are housing burdened. This is a very high percentage. Arlington has exceeded. We are among the best performers, and this board, has to give credit to ourselves and to our partners that we achieved that. We exceeded the annual production target of 1,400 units, we have 2,200 new units built in 2023. There are reasons for that. This is the Amazon effect and the Barcroft acquisition that contributes to that number. Next slide. So a little bit about what the housing tool shows about Arlington's statistics. So here on the left side, you will see the number of units built by type. So multifamily, single family, of course, the big majority of units that are built in our community every year from 2019 to 2023 are multifamily units. The single family units are far less than the total, so they don't compare. Basically, on the right side, you can see the affordability of housing. That is the share of units that's affordable to households with low incomes, less than 60% AMI. And you can see the yellow bar shows our best performing year, which is the Barcroft acquisition year, 2022, where the numbers hit the statistics. 24% of all units added were affordable to households with low incomes. But this is our best year. You see that 2023 was already at 5%, not at 24%. Next slide, please. We see here new building permits for new construction, and you see still that we are producing a lot of multifamily units in comparison. We still produce a lot of single-family units as well. This is a steady production, but I wanted to include that statistic here because it shows that we still invest in multifamily production. This is where the bulk of our attention goes. The second, on the right side, you will see number of units in the pipeline, and we see a lot, more than single-family home production. We see a lot of units under construction, 390 right now, and a healthy pipeline still in the books. However, the tendency is diminishing at this point. Next slide. Here, these percentages in these parallel bars show goal attainment. So it says, for example, that on the left side we see units that are affordable to households with incomes up to 50% AMI. That was in the year 2022, which is the yellow bar, our best performing bar in this case because it's the Barcroft apartment acquisition. 41% of new households were affordable to up to 50% AMI. Then on the right side, we see the goal attainment ratio. So you will see that from top to bottom is the year 2019, 2021, 22, and 23. In the first 3 years, so 19, 20, and 21, we were actually compliant with our target. So we could produce enough units for affordabilities from 50 to 80% AMI. But then already in 22 and now in 2023, we are slacking behind our targets. That shows that the effort still needs to be sustained. Next slide, please. Here we see this is a racial check on where home ownership is right now. So we see, for example, that about 49%. So for the units produced between 2018 and 22, about 50% are owned by white. Racially white households. Hispanic households and black households are significantly less than that. On the right side, we see a snapshot of home buying in the year 2022 by ethnicity, and 70% of new home first first-time homeowners, almost 70% are white, and obviously black households were only represented in this statistic with 3%, Hispanic households with only 8%. This is a sobering statistic for me and something to take into account when we think about housing policy as we go forward. Next slide, please. The cost housing burden for renter households. As you see here, that white households who are renting are only 30. It's still a very high percentage, but 34% are housing cost burden. That means that they spend more than 30% of their income to pay for their housing. But for example, Hispanic households and black households are solidly, and also indigenous and multiple race households are solidly about 50%. These are really sobering numbers. Overall, the house cost burden for renter households, I repeat, the majority of households in Arlington by far, is 39%. Next slide. Affordable home buying, that was an interesting for me. So households that earn between 0 and 100% of the area median income, there are only 13 plus 21, 34% of housing units are available to these households, attainable for these households. On the right side, you will see under potential home buyers, the absolutely majority of the home buyers are white households right now in the space between 2018 and 2022. And these still are households that are not the top earners. These are 50 to 120% AMI households. Next one, and we're coming to. So this was a very interesting visualization for me. On the right side, you can see the homeowner, the owner housing units by monthly housing costs. So basically, how much somebody spends on their mortgage. So from left to right, on the right side is the most expensive one. So 61% on the left side, 61% of the average pay for a mortgage is $3,800 or more. And on the right side, you can see the household income distribution. And this is not an exact match between the two. There's not an exact, causation match between the two. The majority of the households that are in the yellow and in the orange category, these are households between 80 and 200, roughly 200% AMI. These households, they cannot access there is not enough housing stock for them to access, because the purple supply on the left side is significantly higher, and while the yellow and orange supply, which would be adequate or attainable for this household, is actually not there. So this shows a little bit what the affordability crisis means for households that actually are in the middle class. And I believe that's only one slide to go, and this is, I had one more. That doesn't matter. We can leave it for later. The last slide, please. Yes, that's the URL. I really invite you to go and visit and explore it. There are a lot of questions that you can put into these statistics, and you will find very interesting data-based answers.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I think any more? Yes, Ms.
Just one quick comment. Thank you, first of all, for sharing that great tool. HAND does great work and works with all of our nonprofit affordable housing providers here. I did want to just highlight in all that data you shared that not only are we did we meet every single goal through all of that in Arlington County? We may be the only jurisdiction, but we certainly met all of them. And we delivered, there were like 5% of the population for the region. We delivered 10% of the units. So good work.
Yeah, we punch above our weight. Yes, Ms.
Yeah.
Cunningham.
Coffee.
Oh, yeah, coffee. Sorry.
I think that's really important to highlight, but I also think that it's important to highlight the years before that where we weren't making our goals over time, and that housing production is a cumulative function. It's not an annual function, and particularly seeing our production drop off in 2022, 2023 is going to continue to be a problem as we continue to be a wonderful, desirable area to live in. And I think another thing that's kind of hidden in some of those numbers is our production of rental versus ownership units, net increase in those units, because especially as interest rates go up and homeownership does become less and less affordable, we're not even creating opportunities for people to move from our renter population to our ownership population. And, I think that is at all income levels. And I did a quick calculation of, that 61% of our housing stock that would be a monthly payment for a mortgage at $3,800 per month or more. In order to even really qualify for that kind of mortgage, you're looking at a household income of at least $136,000. And that's the minimum probably. And so really being conscious of who it is that has access to these new housing units that we're buying, and particularly the squeeze in between our committed affordable units, which we've done a really, really good job at, our market rate, $136,000 a year earners, that they have an opportunity to compete for those 61% of housing units. And then folks who are in the middle, right, who are, all things considered, doing okay, doing fine. And I think, one of the terminology that has started to come up is not paycheck to paycheck, but medical emergency to car breakdown, right? Where it's like, you're fine day to day, but one or two major unexpected expenses can really set you back. Those are the folks where we don't have a lot to support that right now. And our housing production goals as a region, and we can only control ourselves, really do need to keep up, because as people move here, there are winners and there are losers, and the folks who don't have the money to compete, that's who's losing in this situation.
Thank you. Apropos somewhat of a different topic, I was somewhat shocked. I shouldn't have been to read. I think it's 1 in 5 Americans are maxed out on their credit cards. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there are a lot of things people are really struggling.
And this is particularly problematic when 40% of our total renters, for example, are housing burdened.
Right.
I mean, the production is doing well, but the housing burden is not going better.
Yeah.
So it's doing well, under conditions, right? So, but the housing burden is extreme, and 40%. I mean, that alone, that 55% of our Hispanic households. 55% are housing burden. This is a very high number.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, I'm sure we're going to be talking about this for quite some time. It's a big problem everywhere. All right, thank you so much. I think we are ready for our manager's report. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ken Sakosha and Moon Passantrelli to come on out. They should be hiding in the conference room back here.
They're supposed to magically appear.
They will. They're coming.
They're just testing how stressed out you might get.
Oh, hi, and yeah, Maria. So I'm introducing Ken Sakosha, and you have all met him previously, along with Maria Meredith. Ken is from our internal audit office within the Department of Management and Finance. And while board members and the county board's audit committee are very familiar with Ken and the work that he does along with Moon, the general public may not take the time to tune in to those audit committee meetings. I know that's shocking, and listen to their presentation. So Since the internal audit function was revamped starting back in 2015, there have been 55 audits and 199 findings covering a wide range of programs. So I thought we'd take this opportunity to get a little update from Ken. So I will turn it over to him for the presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Sakosha.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. So I'm just going to give a brief on what we've done, and what we do, and then also what we've done in the last year to give you kind of what's current and what's going on right now. So the first, just as a reminder that we're here to support you and the county manager and identify any controls that we can improve over the system and mitigate any type of fraud, waste, and abuse that we can. We also run the hotline program, which is part of our review. Right now, it's 1.5 staff members. I'm the 0.5, and Moon Pensatrelli, which works with me, is a full-time staff person that works there. Next slide. Like Mark just said, since the inception, we've issued 55 audits, and with 199 findings. We rate, mentioned before to you, we rate each finding to give the priority to the managers in the departments what you should focus on first. So of course, every finding we have, we rate it either high, medium, or low. High being do it right away if you can. Medium means take your time, don't take your time, but if you could, get to it. And low, of course, means let's focus on this, but it's not the highest priority. It gives them a sense of balancing of what they need to do and when they need to do it. Our audits cover the wide range, as you can see there. The most audits we've done is on contract management. We feel contract management is one of the highest risks because that's money going out of the county for contracts. So that's where we do and we perform most of the audits. Purchase card compliance, that's probably, if you read over the results of other audits in other counties, purchase card is probably one of the most significant areas that we find problems. So we do a continuous review of purchase cards. We deep dive selected months and to look at actual transactions and details that support those transactions. And those, you can see, you can read the rest of those are the type of audits that we do. We also have, in addition to the 1.5 staff, we spend about $210,000 for RSM. RSM is our firm that we hire to help us and support the audits. So I'm just going to get into right now fiscal year 24. So right now, at this point, we've completed one audit on Helmsman. Helmsman used as workers' compensation. We did the workers' compensation portion. Helmsman's was a third party that we hired to review the claims and pay out for the claims. There was a concern if the payments that were being made were correct in accordance with what the criteria was. That was the amount that we should be paying. We did the review, and we came out with no findings in that review, and the payments were correct, which is good news, which is all good news. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the health benefit dependent audit that was issued earlier this year. And the other things we've completed so far are follow-ups. The county manager has asked us to focus on follow-ups, and I'll talk a little bit more about why that focus is there in a minute. But we completed the DES controlled asset follow-up review, server inventory, contract compliance on the Art Bus contract, which is now First Transit, or National Express, they went to First Transit from National Express, and the DHS adoption program. So we finished those follow-ups. We also finished 5 follow-ups related to fraud investigations. So when we do a fraud investigation, if we find internal control issues, we report out on the fraud, whether we substantiate it or not, but we also report out if we find internal control deficiencies during that audit, we report to that department manager or director if these internal control issues, and we ask them to look at those. We also follow up on those audits and those investigations and memos related to that, and we completed 5 of those of this year, very favorably, by the way. So the fiscal year 24 results. So like I just said, the Helmsman contract was completed with no findings, and then we did the health benefit dependent eligibility audit. Now this one I'm very close to. This is the one, just to give you a background, we had not done one. Good management practice is to do a health benefit dependent eligibility audit periodically. And what that means is we're verifying the dependents are eligible, right? So we had not done one in the county in the past. So in this year, or last year, we set out to do it. And we hired a firm to do it, Sokova, that they would 100% review of all members, including their dependents. So that means going out to 100% of our members and asking them for support of their dependents' eligibility, which is basically portions of their tax return to show that they are still married or in a birth certificate to this child. When Secova was done, they recommended about 619 dependents be deleted, be taken, because they didn't get support back from the member. So at that point, county management decided, we're not going to drop 619 folks from our health benefit program. So then from there, myself and all the HR liaisons within each of the departments did a one-to-one communication with each of the members and said, we really need the support. So that was a favorable result because we got it down to 158 of ineligible dependents, which is a good news story, I think. But it did require the one-on-one talking to each of our employees, to each of our retirees, and explaining what the significance was. I think there was a little trepid, they were a little bit intimidated by getting that note in the mail saying, submit your tax return to show your dependent. So good news story, 97% of them were dependent eligible, right? And only 158 were not. HR put in a very good process in the very beginning. In 2019, they put in a process where they went, before you actually can enroll, you have to submit support. So they implemented that process already, which is a big step. But after that, we weren't doing the recurring. And the biggest recurring risk is marital status change. So we recommend that you do a sample of those on an annual basis to check to make sure marital status still continues. So that's the results of that, and that was published, and it's available on our website. And that was what we did this year. I said I'd get back to audit follow-up. Audit follow-up is when we issue a report, we ask management to make the corrective action, and someone has to go back and check and see if they did it, and they did it the way we asked. So that's a significant amount of effort, and it's almost like a mini audit. So we go back, because the expectation from the audit and the county manager is that management do take the action. So we go back and make sure. So like I said, there was 55 audits with 199 findings. So far, we've looked at 90. We've been able to close half of those, 95 findings from the inception of 2015. So that means management has taken successful action on those. And this year, we completed 4 of those priority audits. So we're making this a priority. There's still, over 100 still out there. And I'd say if you ask how many are high, how many are low, how many medium, I'd say there's 1/3 high, 50% medium, and 1/3, that doesn't even matter, whatever, about that, 1/3, whatever, it comes out. So the significant part, that 1/3 high, is what we want to get at. So what's in process right now? Well, right now we are almost finished with a DHS audit of contract compliance of the Thrive contract. That exit conference and management review are being scheduled this week. We're also almost done with the controls over revenue generating activity. That means the memberships that signing into RecTrack and DPR, we're looking at that, and that is almost at completion. We're just starting an information technology access control audit. This is looking at making sure the right people have the right access to the systems. We're doing RecTrack at DPR. Public safety, we're doing Telestaff. Telestaff, if you don't know, is the timekeeping system at police, fire, and PSEM. And also, in DES, we're doing the SCADA system. Also, we're doing a review of the control over gift cards, and we're doing follow-up audits. Like I said, the priority is there on endpoint devices of less than 5K, and also wireless devices. We're also doing the digital production and mail center audit that we conducted 2 or 3 years ago, or maybe 4 years ago. We're following up on that. And then we're also trying to close out all the open investigations. We got 2 left, and we're going to finish that we're trying to finish it in the next few months. In addition to doing the audits and doing the follow-ups, we also anytime a department needs assistance on some internal control issue, they reach out to us, and we provide that advice. And we also, like I said, perform the continuous P-card reviews. And I'll talk about the FFWA. I don't know if you want me to stop there. That's audit. and move into FFWA and
Let me
pause
see if
for a minute.
anybody has any questions for you at the moment. Ms. Coffey, do you know? Ms. Cunningham?
You may cover it a little bit later, but as we've discussed, our county auditor, the board's auditor, resigned in January, I think earlier this year, and we are working hard to fill that position. Is there anything you recommend or are doing, recognizing that that position's been vacant for a bit, anything you would recommend to the board as a professional auditor?
Yeah. Okay, so we have provided some advice to the audit committee, and it's really experience and having that varied experience. And since we have focused mostly on compliance, it's really important that we're looking for someone with experience in the performance area, right, and economy and efficiencies. And those aren't easy, right? Those are difficult audits because it's not there's no right answer, right? There's a best practice, there's a better practice, and there's what you're doing, right? So you really need the experience of gathering all the expertise from all the experts to saying what is that right answer or what is the best answer that we can go and try. So it's reaching out, collaborating with a big significant party. So you're really looking for a really excellent collaborator, skills and varying different types of audits and using those skills on those different type of audits. So you're looking for a really various experience and communicating, be able to communicate and extract that expertise, extract that information so you know and you're listening to what the best practice is that we can strive for or even strive better. That's kind of it.
Thank you.
I hope that helps.
No, that helps. It does. It does. I think I appreciate our audit committee working on this and appreciate your support.
Thanks.
It'll help us all. Anything more on this section, Mr. DeFranti?
I'll wait to the end.
Okay, that's fine. All right. It was interesting to me on the dependents, and maybe this is often the case, that you find, I guess, noncompliance, and then you realize it's not, nobody's trying to trick the system or anything, it's just mistakes. It's not, honest mistakes, I guess is what you call it. And you just, need to go over it. So thank you for all the work on that. And to our manager for being sensible that we just can't throw all of those people off.
Right,
Appreciate that
exactly.
good work. Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, did you have something?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for all the work. We had the opportunity and the privilege to hear about this at the audit committee meetings, et cetera. So we really appreciate the insight and also the strategic and tactical approach to all these things. I have one question, actually. So I understand that we are implementing the PRISM, the management system update right now. To what extent do you believe or expect that this will make this kind of work even easier and more productive? Oh, I think we'll get to the more key and relevant data faster. I mean, that's really what it's going to be, right? And it's going to be supported, right? So the built-in support, but getting to the key data faster is incredibly important. Okay. Because, as you know, it doesn't get better with age. Any audit you do, the more you linger, it doesn't. The data doesn't get better. Like we all get better with age. The data doesn't. Okay. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Meredith, did you want to add something?
Taking great care to really take a look at reporting and access to data. And so a lot of the tools we're going to have at our disposal are going to make access to data easier.
Yeah, this is why I'm asking, because I think that this is amazing work and it will help everybody here to leap forward in effectiveness and productivity on this. And that means better transparency and accountability for everybody and a better environment of trust in how this government works. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think the amount of time and effort spent on clunky systems is pretty appalling, actually. So I'm glad we're able to move to it. It's just part and parcel of where we are. I think we're ready to move on to the hotline. You want to talk about that a little bit? Was that what you wanted to talk about next?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, we do manage the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. We have a contractor that actually is a recipient of all the complaints, so it's anonymous. We don't know who's submitting the complaint unless they identify themselves, and that's called Ethical Advocate. And they manage the intake. We manage the actual review of the review of the complaint in the program. This was implemented in November 2016. So the first chart just basically gives you a breather of kind of what the complaints that we get, the number of complaints we get. And so this year is 11, that's kind of, if you double that, this is calendar year. So if you double that, it's kind of an approximate to what we have, so it's kind of standard. No big changes there. What's important is, where the complaints are coming from. In addition to, if we break out that other category, and so we still have that other category. Now, this other category is the category they elected to put in the system when they go in the system, okay? So I've categorized on the first chart all other, not employee, non-employee, but in this chart you can see the breakdown is other, which is what they put in, a resident, a visitor, or employee. And as the next chart shows you how that trend is running. And, it's pretty consistent, but you will see the uptick in other. And this is kind of a hotline issue. People don't want to claim they're a resident, they're employee, or, so they claim they're other. So I think some of those others are employees, or some of those others may be a resident, we don't know. But we're letting them come, so I'm reporting what they result, but other. But we are, and you get to the other thing, and when you see the results, I think the other also is non-Arlington County government fraud, waste, and abuse. So those others are coming from, like I had identity theft. I had my credit card stolen. So we're getting a lot, you'll see an uptick in those. But generally it's consistent. The employee, this is a cumulative, so the employees are going down, but the other is rising here, and the resident is rising. Resident is pretty consistent, but. So the next chart shows you the percentage that's coming anonymous. Again, as you probably suspect, the majority are, more than a majority are anonymous, and most of the employees come in anonymous. And then we also have the ability to see how many people come back into the system, and not many come into the system. They go in, they make the complaint, and they go, they pretty much go away.
Because the system is set up, if I could interrupt, is set up so they can go back in and find out what's happened, right?
Right.
So a lot of people don't do that.
Right, exactly.
Interesting.
And the other thing, too, is the system set up for me to go in. If they say something that I don't understand, or they provide very limited information, I go back in and say, can you expand on that? Can you explain your situation? And so that sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's just the way it is. The last chart shows you what's the results of the complaints. A low percentage is substantiated, 13%, and but you see that non-county government. That means it doesn't really relate to county fraud, waste, and abuse, and that's 36%. And also this unsubstantiated is 36%. So you see that non-county government piece rise a little bit. If you look at the next chart with the trends going in that direction. Back in 2018, it was 26%, and now it's up at 36%. And again, that's the example of the person, and I'm giving you a very general example, but there's very peculiar examples, but it's the credit card loss, online, encouraging someone to buy certain things and all that kind of thing. It's important to note that we don't discard them, though. We do whatever it takes to give them the best advice possible, such as Arlington County Police, report that to the Arlington County Police, report that to DHS, Adult Protection Service, report that to we don't drop anybody. We give the best advice based on the information we can to them, even though it's not county fraud, waste, and abuse.
But if they don't come back, they don't get the advice.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, if they don't come back, they don't get the advice, correct.
Yeah.
So that's the trend. Again, that's what we're seeing. It's actually, maybe it's good, possibly good news. We're getting less complaints, more concerns, but we're addressing both. So I think that's a good news story. The continued advertisement on the hotline we do in the e-news, AC Commons, the county webpage, and we just got a new poster. That's a new poster that we see on that screen done, and then of course cards are provided at the employee orientation. So. That's a snapshot. I've listed all the audits and the completed audits, the 55 completed audits, and all the findings are all on the webpage and our webpage. And here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I had one. Do you have comparative information on the hotline compared to other jurisdictions? We're not the only one who does this, right? I was just wondering how we compare.
Yeah,
that was brought up at the audit committee, and we are reaching out to get that information.
Okay, yeah, 'cause that's interesting. All right. Any other questions? Mr. DeFranti?
Just a quick comment. Certainly appreciate your advice on the performance basis of the board auditor, and fully support that function. But strikes me and has struck me in all our meetings, though they haven't been in the last. I think it's 2023 when I sort of last looked at this before this meeting. But just really grateful for your professionalism, and I feel like for the small number of employees that were engaging in this, our internal audit and what you've been doing steadily over the years that I've sort of taken a look at it has been really reassuring. I'm not here to do just happy talk and say the world is perfect, but just we're lucky to have the resource that you and your team provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else for our auditor, Mr. Scotia? No? Mr. Scotia, thank you very much.
Thank
Always
you.
nice to see you.
Same here.
Yeah.
Thank
You're always
you.
very cheerful about these results. It's
I do.
good.
I love auditing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Mr. Manager, that's your report, correct? Yes, okay. So COGS, now we're going to do this interesting thing that we do, I think it's once a year. We're going to hold the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority meeting, and to do that, we have to change our hats and come out of a meeting, go into a meeting. So I think maybe I should wait for Mr. Carantonis to come back. Should we take a quick break? Do you need a break? Well, can I move forward without Mr. Carantonis? I can. All right, we're going to go forward. We're going to go for it. All right. I, therefore, would like to move to recess the county board, and we will convene as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority for its annual meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. We have now, we've now recessed, and we're now, I'm now calling to order the annual meeting of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. And the first item on the agenda is the election of officers. And I need to make another motion. I move to elect the following members of the authority to the following offices. Libby Garvey as chair and Takis Carantonis as vice chair. I also move to appoint Mason Kushner, acting clerk of the county board, as secretary of the authority, Michelle Cowan, deputy Arlington County manager, as treasurer of the authority, and Mark Schwartz, Arlington County manager, as assistant secretary treasurer of the authority. Each officer of the authority is designated an authorized authority representative for purposes of the authority's trust indenture, called the indenture. And now with this motion and these positions that I've moved to appoint, I need a second. Is there a second? Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. It passes. Mr. Carantonis, you've been appointed to another position. Just wanted
Yes,
you to know that.
I have heard that.
Thank
It
you.
was just
Good.
next-
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah,
And so now, as part of our, what we will next do is receive a presentation of the annual audit report and the 2024 special assessment reports from, I understand, Mr. Freeze and Ms. Cowan. Nice to see you, Mr. Freeze. Yep, you're on.
Yep. Madam Chair, good afternoon. Again, it's Jason Freese, Department of Management and Finance. So we are meeting this afternoon as a Ballston Quarter CDA. So you've already actually taken action on the first part of the action this afternoon, which is the election of officers. The other two items, and all of these are going to be in the resolution that you have before you that you'll be approving. All three of these in block will be part of that resolution should you approve it. The two other items besides the election of officers are, one, the acceptance of the annual audit report, which is for fiscal 2023. So on that, the CDA had completed its audit by the Nichols Group, and it's a clean opinion. There were just some small edits with some accruals that were addressed by management, but other than that, it's a clean opinion. And then the next thing that you all will be approving is, so there are currently 3 series of bonds that are outstanding with the Ballston Quarter CDA. Series 2016A, which are senior bonds. They do not have any kind of pledge of a special assessment. But then there is a $17 million Series B, 2016B bonds, which are backed by a special assessment paid for by the developer. Currently, that special assessment has been previously and continues to be in effect to pay that debt service. And so what we're doing with the acceptance of the annual revenue requirement for fiscal 2025, the upcoming year, is it determines the amount that is due by the developer by parcel, And your approval will allow us to bill those amounts so that the 2016B bonds remain current. So as of right, and you know that back in January, we did come before, reconvene as a CDA to do the restructuring. That was successful. We ended up doing the restructuring, and so as of right now, all of the bonds have been addressed, and they all are currently, they remain current, and there was no default that was avoided. So things have been addressed with that restructuring.
Thank you. Avoiding default is always a good thing. Thank you. Anything else? Any questions for Mr. Freeze before I make another motion? All right. Now I need to make another motion. I move that the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, that's us colleagues, adopt the resolution to accept the annual audit report presented at this meeting and reflected in the audited financial statements as of June 30, 2023 and 2022. Accept the annual revenue requirement memo presented at this meeting, including but not limited to the methodologies for the calculations of tax increment revenues as described in the memo dated May 17, 2024, that's Exhibit B, and that the authority requests the county bill and collect the annual revenue requirement in accordance with the memo and the special assessment agreement. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Mr. Ballston Development Quarter Community Development Authority Clerk, is there any other business to come before the authority?
There's no further business.
Thank you. All right, therefore, colleagues, without objection, the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority is adjourned, and we are reconvened as the county board. All right? Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Thank you, Ms. Cowan. I know a lot of work went into this. Thank you. And now, colleagues, I would like to move that the county board convene in a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A.37 and 19 for the following purposes. Discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county board. Consultation with the county attorney regarding anticipated and pending litigation where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the board. And discussions of plans to protect public safety where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety and security of county facilities, buildings, information technology systems, and the people using such facilities. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion has been moved and seconded. Thank you. We, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. We are now in closed session, and we will return no earlier than 6:45. Good evening. The board is all together here and back in session. And before we get started, I need to make a motion. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeFranti, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Yes, of course. Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Mr. DeFranti?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. All right, that brings us to our consent items, the consent agenda item that was pulled. And to get started on this, Mr. Kushner, do we have any speakers for the item that was pulled from the consent?
We do, if you give me just one moment.
Okay, we could start with them. Actually, it's different. It's a very interesting, odd thing. Yes, sorry. No. We're actually going to change that for all of those of you who are listening. I've just discovered this, the way we usually do it doesn't make sense, but this is the way we usually do it, so we're going to do it this way tonight. All right, so we have two speakers.
Of course. So the item pulled is item number 13, Zoning Ordinance Amendments 2024-02, an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance Articles 7, 14, and 18 relevant to off-site parking.
Thank you, and we'll take our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Mr. John Musso, followed by Mariah Mears.
Good morning, members. Good evening.
It is good evening, yes.
So used to the morning meetings.
Yeah.
Good morning. Evening, sorry, it's a long day. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I wish to request all of you to please vote to support item 13 on the agenda before you, this zoning ordinance amendment. Which is, as you all know, part of the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, is a significant positive step forward in increasing greater flexibility in the zoning ordinance and creating a zoning ordinance that better reflects the Arlington of the 21st century. As noted in previous presentations, so much of the parking regulations and requirements really reflect the Arlington of the 20th century, and this is a really positive step forward into thinking more flexibly and creatively for the Arlington that we wish that we have and that we wish to see moving forward. And of course, at a time of historically high commercial vacancy rates, we very strongly urge the county to continue this process of creatively reimagining the zoning ordinance and regulations at large to better accommodate this challenge of high commercial vacancy and to encourage businesses to come to Arlington, take commercial space, and retain it over time. So thank you very much, and I hope that you consider to adopt this.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker is Ms. Mariah Mears.
Hello. I want to first start by thanking Mr. Kushner for your help with getting this set up, and Mr. Carantonis, we spoke last night. So I'm here on behalf of the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association related to the letter sent by our president, Jim Rosen, who could not be here tonight. I'd like to suggest some areas needing attention as detailed in the letter that we sent to you and the Planning Commission. First, our thanks to Val and the Arlington Economic Development Team for engaging well with us on the issue. And the proposal has many positive elements. However, as we looked more closely at the details of the proposal, some concerns arose that we feel should be addressed. First, around county ownership and non-commercial uses of this proposal. So first, the proposal does not consider unexpected possible negative scenarios where non-commercial entities own and use C, M, or P zone properties, including for noxious uses. And here we were talking mostly about government uses. For example, the staff did not examine scenarios involving the Arlington County government ownership and uses. Arlington County is the largest or among the largest landowners in the county, perhaps second to the federal government. And the county owns many contiguous properties and those within the 1/4 mile framing that is in the proposal. It seems with what we provided, the county would be able to enjoy many of these changes, but this was not discussed in the documentation provided. Thus, we think it's reasonable for the staff to look at these matters and to make sure that they are understood more widely by the community. Importantly, we request that 14.3.3b include explicit language that these proposed changes will not apply to government uses or facilities, such as laydown and staging uses, school or bus parking, et cetera, except for the school facilities where the primary use is student instruction. Next, moving on to possible perverse incentives and positive incentives leading to better results. It seems that more can be done, especially considering the value that will convey through this. First, we have concerns that there should be consideration that prevents property owners from reducing parking on one site for other additional uses, simply to transfer the parking requirement to a different site. And on some incentives that lead to positive results, we think that more can be done on reaching environmental goals. For instance, we recommend looking at how to induce EV chargers in parking spaces at the primary business site. The proposed changes will give landowners additional value, and in exchange, we think that they should be required to modestly support Arlington's environmental goals. We hope you act, and thank you very much, especially interested in your comments about the first item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. All right, that's our last speaker.
That's our final speaker.
All right, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Manager, I think we go over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Val Weiner with me. She has a brief presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me move this out of the way. Good evening, County Board members. This evening you have in front of you a proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance regarding two main elements: on-site shared parking and off-site parking. Both elements were initiated as part of the county's commercial market resiliency, or CMRI, effort to modernize Arlington's regulations, practices, and processes to ensure a more nimble response to economic shifts. While CMRI's primary charge is to address office vacancies, this initiative also recognizes the importance of supporting the small businesses and service providers that create an exciting sense of place that boost Arlington's competitive advantage in the office market. This proposed amendment aims to minimize some of the barriers faced by by-right or non-site plan businesses when trying to find a suitable location specifically related to parking. 1 second. First, the goal of amending on-site shared parking is to diminish parking barriers for sites with shared lots where current by-right parking standards present obstacles, and that the county's current approach to regulation is based on minimums that can be limiting when there are only few spaces on site. To this end, staff proposes to create a new use, a neighborhood commercial center, to identify sites with an on-site shared lot and provide a single parking ratio based on gross floor area for the development as a whole, as opposed to parking individual uses within that center. This also includes a use permit option for sites that exceed the proposed ratio or have less parking on site. This approach adds surety and clarity for businesses in the permitting process and expands their capability to maximize space by regulating parking based on the entire site versus individual uses or businesses. The goal for off-site parking is to provide additional pathways for businesses looking to lease on parking-constrained sites if parking cannot be accommodated on-site and parking off-site is available and appropriate. Staff proposes maintaining the existing by right approval for off-site parking between the same owner for the on and off-site spaces. The only proposed change is the distance between the on and off-site spaces in this by right path be expanded from 600 feet to a quarter mile, or 1,320 feet. This proposal includes adding an additional option for county board modification via use permit for off-site parking between two different owners. This will include criteria like safety and distance requirements and the existence of an agreement between the on-site business requesting the spaces and the off-site owner of the spaces. In both cases or paths, the applicant will have to demonstrate the site's inability to provide the required spaces on-site. We received support from the Zoning Committee, Economic Development Commission, Transportation Commission, and Planning Commission on this item. The item was approved unanimously at the Transportation Commission and also at the Planning Commission, where it was approved unanimously with no amendments. And the recommendation is to approve the proposal as written.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I don't believe we have any commissions presenting tonight.
No, we do not.
Okay, I think now the discussion is with the board, conversations with the board. Why don't we get started with a motion? Ms. Coffey, do you want to get us started?
Yes, just one.
Yeah.
Oh,
excuse me?
PC.
We do. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Striner, nice to see you. Sorry I didn't see you.
Take the next one.
Yeah.
There it is.
There you go. You're good.
I will be quick because our discussion was pretty quick too. We really didn't have a lot of objections to this. We kind of thought through everything that the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association had written down. We decided against putting any kind of limitations related to EVs. We decided against any kind of limitations against the county government because the spirit of this was in the favor of expanding options, not limiting them, and sort of experimenting to see what would work for the county in the long term for this sort of off-site parking situation. So we kind of just left everything as is, and we're going with what staff recommended. So that's really all I have to say about that.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay. Now I think we're ready for a motion. Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I would move the county manager's recommendation to adopt the ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify ACZO Articles 7, 14, and 18 as described in the attached staff report.
Okay. Thank you. And it's been seconded by Mr. Karantonis. All right. Questions, comments, discussion? Ms. Coffey, do you want to speak to your motion at all?
I think there are others who have questions, so I'll allow that
Absolutely.
to go.
That's fine. Yep. Go ahead. Mr. DeFrank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to see, just for completeness, if staff has any thoughts. I'm trying to triage through the staff report, and so it's possible it's covered in some detail, but I did not see it. Is there anything that you would add to Mr. Striner's points with respect to alignment with government uses, trying to address the testimony we've heard from the Ballston community? Is it just the spirit of aligning and not seeing a driving reason to distinguish government uses that led you to conclude that this is the approach you wanted to take, or that staff recommends, I should say?
So we took what was existing in the ordinance. So there is currently a section in the ordinance for off-site parking that permits parking between, or off-siting of parking between the same owner within 600 feet. That does not exclude any uses. So we wanted to take that approach that we already had in our regulations and expand it in the spirit of CMRI in light of wanting to support not only filling vacant office, but supporting the placemaking and also the services that make our community vibrant and attractive to outside businesses and tenants.
Got it. So, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, first of all, thank you for all this work. It's really important. I think that this brings us a lot, a good deal forward. And we have a lot of time to discuss the details because this is just a request to advertise, right? So one question for you or for our county attorney.
Not the RTA.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yes, anyway, my question is it at all allowable to exclude or treat government uses in the zoning ordinance?
So the way our zoning ordinance is written, it's, just because a government does it doesn't make it a government use. We have use standards, and there are very specific uses that are under government and institutional use. So there's really no way, I think, to write the zoning ordinance in a simple way to achieve what the speaker is referring to, which is to prevent certain owners from, using this provision.
So that would be basically a misdemeanor if we would do that here.
Yeah, you can't do zoning based on who it is. It's just what the use is and what the regulation is.
Mm-hmm.
It's called discrimination.
And about the other point that prescribing EV chargers, this is probably not zoning ordinance material anyway. This is a condition that can be negotiated apart.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we have enabling legislation for that.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Cunningham.
I also want to say thank you, both to you and the broader AAD team. I think some of the letters really highlighted just how great the engagement was on this, and I think I've heard that about all the CRMRI work, so keep up the great work. I want to dig a little deeper on this same question about the uses. How many businesses or how many instances where there's an industrial or public zoning really exist? You know, it seems like this, because it's from CMRI, it was mostly about commercial zones. I understand the logic of just making it consistent across, but is it a large number of uses? And can you share some of the examples where we might have a neighborhood district, what do we call it, neighborhood commercial center that's actually a public or a industrial zoning today? So let me try again. So the question that a few folks have raised and the community raised was, can we do this just for commercial, or do we have to do it for commercial, industrial, and public? And I'm trying to scope the size of that problem. It seems like most of the neighborhood centers that would be relevant are commercial. Are there any that are public or industrial that you could highlight for us?
Sorry, I'm learning how to use this mic. So I want to clarify, so it's two sort of separate things. So for on-site shared parking, that's where we're talking about a neighborhood commercial center, where we're looking at a retail strip or a strip mall that has a shared lot, and we're giving that one parking ratio. Then we have the off-site parking, which is where you have a single building on a lot, doesn't have enough parking, there's available parking nearby. So two sort of separate things. They can be related, but I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
How many of those instances, so they're not the neighborhood centers necessarily, but how many instances do we have that are public or industrial that you could foresee ever needing this? Anyone?
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
We have very few industrial, I believe.
So again, this is applying to uses, and what you're talking about are zoning districts.
Yeah.
So like you could have businesses in a zoning district that's zone industrial, and then they would be able to use this.
Can you give us some examples that exist today, or is this
I'm sure there are a
hypothetical?
bunch of businesses in Shirlington, probably doggy daycare, dog washes in the industrial.
I think there's a dog park that came up in conversations earlier where we were talking about off-site parking and how to construct this ordinance. And that's located in an industrial district, I believe, but I can.
That's right.
And to be clear, if we didn't include them, they would have to do a special use permit, or they'd have to come and ask for an exception, as they do now.
I don't think they even have the option to get off-site parking now through anything.
Okay. Is there a way to word it so that you can do by right in commercial, but you'd have to ask for permission in the others?
We could go back to the drafting. Yeah. I can't say that I can think of a very simple insertion right now that would do that.
Okay.
I think that's something, if you wanted to redraft the ordinance, that's something we can go look at, yeah.
Is there a major problem you're trying to solve for this one?
No, I think I hear the concern from the community that it makes more sense in a commercial setting. And I also hear the concern about public use. I think we said it was hard to say who's using it, but I would guess that most of those public use, at least, are used in a way that is either schools or county, and we could just do a use permit if need be.
I mean, you have churches in public districts. You have a lot of daycares in public districts, community centers. It's the zoning district, not the use. So I think that's getting confused.
Gotcha. Okay. I have other questions, but I can come back.
Go ahead.
Sure. I think the other question I had was, we talk in here about doing this as a test, and we're pushing ourselves to keep testing the parking minimums. And given that we're thinking of it as a test, what are the guardrails for it? Is it, is there a time period? Is there a measurement plan? Do we sunset and then renew?
So we're working with zoning right now on a reporting system. So anytime an application comes in for either a neighborhood commercial center or for off-site parking, I and others will be notified, and we're going to keep track essentially for the foreseeable future, because we don't know how many applications we will receive. The goal is to help as many businesses as possible, but you can't really quantify that necessarily, at this stage. So the goal is to do sort of a postmortem in probably a year or so, depending on how many applications we get, and then take stock and see what we may need to change.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and we could ask for a report anytime if we wanted to, I think. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr. Karantonis.
Just briefly, I know several, especially small businesses, who have been extremely challenged in expanding because they couldn't show the parking. And I know, for example, of outside seating that was, positioned in places that they couldn't use because they had to park a couple of cars instead of having a deck with 5 tables, which is $50,000 a year of revenue. One thing that I want to ask you is, so the amendment says that the ascending site has to show that if somebody requests off-site parking, has to show the non-viability so how deep goes that? So what is the standard of test there?
So the way it is currently written, this is how it reads in the zoning ordinance today for the section of off-site parking, is if the physical condition of a site presents difficulties in providing all required accessory parking on that site, and/or if public safety and/or convenience are better served, require accessory parking may be located off-site as follows, and then it falls into the rest.
It's like a scaling test.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, back to the maker of the motion, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. As I had hoped, many of my questions have already been asked. I think, CMRI has been ongoing, and it really represents a desire to do things differently than we've done it, because the way we're currently doing things is not supporting the type of economic development that we want to be seeing and that we all know we need for our community. I think, this is one of those places where we're going to try something, and we're going to hope that it really works. But I'm glad to hear that we've built in a way that you will have information, you will have data, and we can make sure that, as people see problems, it can come back to us. I think, this is something we did a request to advertise, and we got it to a vote pretty quickly. Similarly, we can change it in any direction if this does not work out. And I think we need to be really conscious that in these dynamic times, as we evolve economic development, as we evolve our commercial market, we don't always know what 100% is going to work, but our staff has done a really good job to come up with the best version we can based on what we currently know today. And so thank you for all of that work. And I think, maybe we can keep brainstorming tweaks as we go forward. I'm sure that we will keep brainstorming tweaks as we go forward. But for right now, I think this is expanding something that we already have to do just a little bit more and hopefully serve a whole existing segment of our market. So,
All right, great, thank you. I think this is great. I like moving out of the 20th century. It's about time. We're a quarter century into the next one, just about. And I think a lot of it is really kind of common sense and trying to make things sort of reasonable. And obviously, we can always go back if there's some problems. So I appreciate you two going to monitor it. I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Clerk, would you like to call the next agenda item?
Yes, of course. Excuse me, of course. The next item, item number 38, Form-Based Code Amendment 24-0001, is a use permit amendment for the redevelopment of 247 residential dwelling units and approximately 51,000 square feet of commercial space with modifications for finished floor elevation for the ground floor and siding specifications under the Commercial Form-Based Code for a property located at 2601 Columbia Pike, also known as the Elliott.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I think we're over to you for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me is Olivia Sontag and Anthony Fusarelli. We have also assistance as needed from other staff, but I'm going to turn it over to Olivia for a brief presentation.
Hi, good evening. Olivia Sontag with the Arlington County Planning Division. So this item is a form-based code use permit amendment to discontinue the use permit for the Fillmore Gardens Shopping Center, also known as Elliott, which was approved by the county board in 2022. The applicant has requested to terminate the use permit as they no longer plan to construct the project as currently designed, and have also cited the higher tax assessment, which increased with the entitlement approval as another reason for the request. When the use permit was approved in 2022, a rezoning from C2 to the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code zoning also occurred to allow for a sign. Though staff expressed a preference for them to rezone back to C2 with the discontinuance of the use permit, the applicant does not wish to rezone at this time. This leaves them with a somewhat ambiguous by right land use regulation, and staff has advised them of potential unintended consequences and to work with zoning as any certificates of occupancy or other permits are pursued. Last summer, there was a fire in the vacant shopping center, and upon inspection by the building official, all of the retail spaces except for the CVS were condemned. The owner has been working with staff to correct issues, including completing rodent extermination and securing the building against entry. At this time, all of the spaces remain condemned, and no certificates of occupancy may be issued until they complete the necessary work to make the retail spaces safe and occupiable. To do so, the owner's next step is to contact the building official, work with county staff to schedule an inspection of the retail spaces. Staff will provide a list of work to complete for code compliance, and once the owner completes the work, they can apply for certificates of occupancy. We've heard from the Penrose and Arlington Heights Civic Associations with concerns about the current state of the shopping center and questions about the short and long-term plans. This item was also briefly discussed at the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, where similar concerns were expressed. We also notified the Planning Commission this item would be coming to the board. The county manager recommendation is to discontinue the use permit with the desire that the applicant continue to work with the county to make the necessary improvements and efforts to reoccupy the building. And then the applicant's representation, Mr. Lunger, is present and prepared to speak. And then we also do have staff available from our Inspection Services Division.
Great, thank you. All right, I think we're ready to hear from the applicant. Mr. Lunger.
Good evening, Chairwoman Garvey and members of the County Board. For the record, my name is Tad Lunger with the Arlington Land Use Group, attorney for the ownership at Fillmore Center, who have been the steward of this property and members of the Columbia Pike community for many, many decades. I'm happy to be here this evening to finally mark the beginning of a positive new direction for one of the most important sites located at the epicenter of Columbia Pike's planned town center. It probably strikes you as a little odd to be marking the date of a termination of a form-based code use permit as positive. Not too many weeks ago, earlier this spring, the Fillmore Partnership regained control over their site. Since the approval of this use permit in March of 2022, this property has been controlled and regulated by a series of legal agreements with a development partner and a major grocer. These agreements obligated the property to meet certain deadlines and site conditions according to a schedule. Following the March 2022 County Board approval, substantial sums were expended. The project was fully designed, the tenants and the building were moved out, and the site was prepped and ready for demolition to commence. This all occurred at great expense to the Fillmore ownership. At this point in time, for reasons entirely unrelated to the owners, decisions were made by other parties that halted the progress of this project, effectively leaving the property in legal stasis, where the property was in an ongoing legal obligation to be maintained in a state of pre-demolition and out of the control of the ownership. To make matters worse, the Fillmore Partnership has been bound by an NDA, prohibited from explaining the situation to its neighbors and our community, while the property has been under the control of these legal agreements. This unfortunately has led to a lot of false conceptions and frustration aimed at Fillmore, which has been in the terrible position of being held in a holding pattern until the situation was worked out and not being allowed to speak about it. Since the County Board approved this project in March of 2022, for tax purposes, the property has been assessed as if a new residential building with a 50 to 60,000 square foot grocer had some kind of market value when there was no longer a 50 to 60,000 square foot grocer to anchor this investment. The reality is that there is no market value for this existing use permit approval. To make matters worse, the building was required to be emptied of all tenants for demolition, removing all revenue, and Arlington County has used this unmarketable use permit approval to tax this building at a rate that far exceeds its actual revenue, which is obviously unsustainable. Hence, we are here tonight to terminate this use permit. This gets back to the good news. After this evening, we will finally be able to turn the page and put this period of time behind us and focus on all the good things that are possible. Once we terminate this use permit and get a tourniquet on our taxes versus revenue situation, we will be able to begin efforts to open Fillmore Shopping Center back up. Even without the termination of this use permit, any new project proposal at the property will take years to bring to fruition. A new idea, a new project, and a new use permit will require public processes that will take no less than 2 years, and all that coming ahead of and in addition to construction and permitting cycles. For that reason, our short-term goals are to bring life back into the existing building, relet spaces, and turn the lights back on. Since regaining control of the property this spring, we have been full speed ahead studying what is next for Fillmore in the long run. However, revitalizing the existing shopping center is our immediate challenge. More good news is that the Director of Planning has personally taken it upon himself to help clear obstacles to this end and discuss rezoning efforts to make leasing the site and improvements more streamlined. The Director of Economic Development has reached out directly to discuss opportunities and bring potential resources to bear. Arlington's building official has personally and proactively reached out to work out a plan to bring the site back into occupancy in an efficient and safe manner that will help encourage leasing and new investment. And of course, our friends at the Columbia Pike Partnership are very involved in working with us on brighter next steps for the site and the Pike. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kushner, do we have any speakers tonight?
There are no speakers on this item.
We do not. Okay. Thank you. I think the discussion is now with the board, and I think to get us started, I'll start off with a motion and ask Mr. Carantonis, Vice Chair Carantonis, to make that motion, if you would.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will move the county manager's recommendation to discontinue the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code, Article 11.1 of the Zoning Ordinance Appendix A, to construct 247 multifamily dwelling units and approximately 51,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Carantonis, do you want to speak to your motion?
Briefly, Madam Chair, this is not a motion that it's not a happy motion. Mr. Lunger, you know that. We've worked together many years. This means that we cannot build a building, a mixed-use building with good retail and good services for these neighborhoods there, for a lot of people in these neighborhoods that we have been looking forward for many, 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 many years, decades probably. And I know that Elliot Burka, whose name was given to this project, would not be happy tonight about this outcome. This building, I may add to that, this building would also deliver also the other half of Penrose Square, one of the best used and most successful public squares in South Arlington, probably in the entirety of the county. But the realities are the realities, and I'm happy that you commit here, if I hear you correctly, to work to at least make the little strip mall behind the CVS again viable in some way. We can discuss a little bit about that. So I take your commitment, I take your word, and I look forward to work with you to get something out of a situation that is not that desirable for neither party, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think we can say we understand the circumstances that have brought us here, but that doesn't make us any happier about it. And I appreciate the commitment to working on getting the site ready for a current use. I'm wondering if the applicant could share a little bit more about potentially anticipated timeline and kind of the active steps I'm really glad code and economic development and planning have reached out, but I think my understanding is that a pretty significant amount of work would have to go in to make these habitable.
The building has been in a state of pre-demolition for quite some time. Again, this thing was ready to go down. The plans were finalized. We were all ready to go. We performed pursuant to our agreements when these other decisions were made that, again, had nothing to do with the ownership here. We've been left with a mess, the same as the county has, to clean up. And so we've been putting the pieces back together. Having just gotten control of the site again, legally, to where we can actually start doing things and we can alter the current state of the building again. We've done nothing but pedal to the metal since we've gotten control of the progress that the Fillmore Partnership has made in new designs and ideas and leasing efforts and straightening everything out with staff has been there's been a tremendous amount of progress in just a short period of time. We're talking a period of maybe 9 weeks at this point, really. So I don't see them letting up. I'm certainly not going to let up on that. The condition of the building is very real. Obviously, that will take reinvestment to make the building someplace that people will want to be again and sign a lease. And so tenant improvements are going to be a big hurdle for us. It's just that there's a cost factor to doing all this. And we have to balance, are we going to be leasing this for 2 years? Will we come, or is this going to be 4 years or 6 years? How much money is it worth to reinvest in the property for that bridge? If it's a bridge, we have the market factors to consider. Even, let's say we started today, we got a project approved in 2 years, we got another 2 years of construction. We still don't even know in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years whether or not this thing is financeable. And so the market right now isn't great. We're seeing devaluations on the pike. So right now is a very tough time to consider the long-term plan. Even though we've got lots of good ideas, the money's got to work. And so I think right now we're focused on the short term, the immediate. I think one of the most painful things for the ownership in this process is to have to sit there and watch their asset that they've owned for so many decades turn into this state and not be able to talk about it. So you have our full commitment. We're going to relet this, and we're going to get life back into it. We have 2 tenants we're talking to currently, and the building official has done a wonderful job. He's set up a way for us to come in and get partials, so we don't have to get the whole building CO'd before, so we can do it space by space and structure and scale those reinvestments at a tenant basis as opposed to a whole building basis, which will make a big difference for us.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think it really is important to me as a board member, I assume to all of us, but also to the neighborhood, and we know to the property owners that we move forward from this and we make this situation better, because it really is a weight on, on public safety, on the business community, on the neighborhood. And so the faster we can get this done, I think the happier we will all be. And I really appreciate you laying out kind of what is happening, what's going to be happening, and I'm really glad to hear you're already in conversations with potential tenants.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments at the moment?
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Karantonis.
Very briefly, this is a question maybe for our court enforcement officers here. The question is, what needs to be done in order to get these buildings into a habitable, usable, acceptable condition? Because they are pretty compromised right now.
Hi, good evening. From a code enforcement perspective, the building was actually inspected today by one of my inspectors, and it is secure, and the property is being maintained and cleaned. As far as the state property maintenance code is concerned, so long as the property stays secure while it's unoccupied, they are in compliance. Now, as far as the rest of your question, that might be better for Mr. Emmon-Grobling to respond to.
We have 6 different tenants. 2 of those tenants actually might be a challenge to bring back, but the other 4 tenants really in a very good condition.
So 4 out of 6 are...
Yeah. We have a site visit a months ago. We have a fire department with very minor item need to be done. Removing some locks from the doors, putting some exit signs, but he can be very easily reoccupied.
is the biggest piece, the former salsa room, et cetera, a viable one or a less viable one?
I'm sorry. One of them, this is one of the places, yeah. The first place is with an attic, with a basement, and the salsa room. That is the second one.
These are the two that are problematic.
Correct. They have a lot of unpermitted work during the year. And then when we went there, did our investigation, there is a lot of
I
complaint
understand.
violation.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Well, I hope we are indeed turning a corner and turning a page. I think we all kind of want the same thing, and it is good to get the report that the building is in fairly good condition considering and secure, which is really important. So thank you so very much for that. All right, I think we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Kushner, would you like to call the next item, please?
Yes, of course. Our next item is number 39, consideration of the following actions pertaining to the 750 23rd Street South, also known as the Melwood Special General Land Use Plan Study. Part A is acceptance of the 750 23rd Street South Special General Land Use Plan Study document, and Part B is a request to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board on dates concurrent with those for consideration of future site plan and rezoning applications to consider a GLUP amendment from public to low-medium residential for the northeast portion of the block bounded by 23rd Street South, South Grant Street, South Hayes Street, and 24th Street South to include Parcel A and to exclude Parcel B, which is and shall remain envisioned as a portion of Nellie Custis Park.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Yes, I'm happy to have Margaret Tulloch Rhodes is here, and she will give a presentation with assistance from Mr. Fusarelli as needed. So over to you, Margaret.
We can't see your screen yet, but we might get there. Getting there.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Margaret Rhodes, and I'm with the Planning Division, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan Study.
Thank you. Is there a way to make that screen bigger so that it's the whole screen? Although we can see it this way if we need to.
Let's see.
If not, I don't know if Mr. Kushner can help. Are you able to help her with that?
There we go. That would be good. Thank you. Anthony's going to help.
All right, we're getting there. It's fine. I thought you were pointing that out to me. There we are, getting closer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant is interested in pursuing a primarily residential building of approximately 5 stories with mellowed operations on the first 1 to 2 floors, with some units reserved for residents with disabilities. The applicant's request is for an amendment to the GLUP, or General Land Use Plan, to change the designation from public to low-medium residential for Parcel A, and no proposed change to the public designation for Parcel B, which is and will remain a portion of the Nellie Custis Park. The applicant also anticipates requesting a future associated rezoning request from C1 Local Commercial District and R6 One Family Dwelling District, Parcel A, and R6 One Family Dwelling District, Parcel B, to the RA818 Multiple Family Dwelling District, a mixed-use district. This rezoning would be examined at a future point concurrent with a potential site plan application. The General Land Use Plan establishes the overall character, extent, and location of various land uses and serves as a guide to communicate the policy of the County Board on future development. The General Land Use Plan can be amended in one of 2 ways. one, as part of a long-range planning process, or two, as the result of an individual request for specific change. In 2008, the County Board adopted the policy regarding consideration of general land use plan amendments unanticipated by previous planning efforts. Special general land use plan studies are undertaken by staff under the auspices of the Long Range Planning Committee when a request is in an unplanned area or in a planned area with insufficient guidance and study of a broader area is not necessary to consider an appropriate land use vision for the subject site. Special GLUP studies culminate with a study document and a request to either advertise or not to advertise an amendment to the general land use plan. There have been 13 special general land use plan studies since 2008, and in the same time frame, 103 site plans or major site plan amendments have been approved. Now we can look at the typical sequence of public reviews. So first, under the special GLUP study process, we have the Tier 1 review. And this portion of the process really asks that question, should this be studied or not studied? Should a more detailed study be undertaken? And what type of study is most appropriate? The focus is really on those high-level land use questions. And the outcome is a recommendation to study or not to study, and if so, through what study process? The Tier 2 review, if a Tier 2 review is recommended, looks at what general land use plan category or categories may be most appropriate and what other guidance is needed. The focus here is, again, on those high-level land use questions, but also looking more closely at density, zoning, transportation, and the like. The outcome, as I just mentioned, of these special GLUP studies is the study document and then the recommendation to advertise or not to advertise. And no amendment to the general land use plan is made at this time. Should a future site plan be submitted, then the process would move forward towards the site plan review process. This is really the opportunity to look at those more fine-grained details. So this is where there would be a focus on actual application, and the focus would be on that height, density, architecture, access, tapers, et cetera. And this would involve multiple opportunities for continued public engagement throughout the site plan review process. And then should there be an appropriate site plan at that juncture, the county board could consider concurrent actions related to the general land use plan and the zoning. And then there are some instances where there is an associated use permit process. And then that is something that would need to be reviewed should there be a use that requires a use permit. We have had a lot of community engagement throughout this process, and that's been very deliberate. So we started, again, with the application being submitted. We had the Tier 1 review, which consisted of a long-range planning committee meeting. Then we moved to the Tier 2 review. We had a 3-week community engagement session, and then we had an LRPC meeting, and this was followed by a 3-week comment period on the study document. We then had, most recently, the Planning Commission hearing, another opportunity for public engagement, and then here we are at the County Board with another public hearing and opportunity to hear from the public. Should a site plan be submitted in the future, then the site plan review process would be initiated, and if there is an need for a use permit, there would be an associated use permit review. Here we can see the subject site. Parcel A is where the current building is located. The site is situated here on the south side of 23rd Street, approximately 2 blocks west of Restaurant Row. It's comprised of the 2 parcels, so Parcel A, and then Parcel B, which is a part of Nellie Custis Park, through a previously recorded public access easement. The block also includes the VHC Immediate Care Center, other businesses, and 2 single detached homes. And here we can see the site is surrounded by 23rd Street to the north, 24th Street south below that, and then to the east, South Grant Street, and then to the west, South Hayes Street. 23rd Street is identified as an arterial on the Master Transportation Plan. It serves as a vital east-west connector. There are 3 bus routes that run along this area. and it's only 0.7 miles to the Crystal City Metro. There are also Capital Bike Share and scooter corrals nearby, and 2023 data shows approximately 4,633 vehicles traveling this area during 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The general land use plan was something that we needed to evaluate. There's an inconsistency between the private use and ownership of the site, the commercial zoning, and the public designation of parcel A. The public general land use plan designation is only appropriate for sites with an existing or future public use. And it's important to note that parcel A is not identified for public use in the public spaces master plan or in any Arlington public school plans. Here we can see the current zoning. This shows the C1 and the R6. And it's, to be clear at this juncture, no site plan applications or rezoning applications have been submitted at this time. Staff developed the special general land use plan study process with a mind towards equity and kept equity at the forefront throughout the study process and the multiple community engagement opportunities that were a part of this process. Conversations were deliberately held at the long-range planning committee meetings to allow for all stakeholders to participate and to hear from one another. Staff posted the letters that it received on the project webpage so that all could see and read those letters, and staff responded to the questions and comments received through the materials that we produced, the presentations, the study document, and the staff reports, so that all might read that. And the composition of the LRPC was purposefully broad and inclusive with representation from 10 different groups. And the entire process was crafted to consider who benefits, who is burdened, who is missing, how do we know, and how should the recommendations address the answers to these questions. The following guiding planning principles were developed based on the input that we received from the LRPC and the community during the study process. They are intended to be high level and were derived from adopted plan guidance, good planning principles, and an analysis of the site. These planning principles were refined based on the LRPC and community input that was received during the study process. Here we can see some of the three-dimensional computer modeling that was done. This was done as a tool to engage and gather input from the community regarding the possibilities for massing. And these models are not specific proposals. They represent one way in which the site might potentially redevelop. And this, the feedback that we received during the process was something that we took into consideration when we developed the final recommendations regarding building height, tapering, and other considerations. So these are the models that were presented during the study process to elicit that comment, those comments that we then used to refine them and come up with our final recommendations. In terms of final recommendations regarding building height and tapering, we are recommending that building heights of up to 60 feet could potentially be appropriate in the middle of the site if such a height facilitates the achievement of some of the guiding principles that we just discussed. It's important that the building should step down to 2 to 3 stories on 3 out of the 4 frontages, so along the Nellie Custis Parkside, 23rd Street South, and South Grant Street to foster a pedestrian-friendly edge. We received a number of comments on the draft study document, approximately 303. The areas of priority that we noted were support for the GLUP amendment and our proposed redevelopment, support for affordable housing and or housing for individuals with disabilities. The top areas of concerns that we noted were concerns regarding the GLUP amendment and or additional density, concerns regarding parking and traffic, and a desire to see a lower building height. Other topics that we noted in the comments that we received included the question of precedent, environmental issues, historic preservation, a desire for no more affordable housing or multifamily housing in this area, and questions about infrastructure. Taking all of those comments together, we made edits and clarifications in the study document, and we addressed these questions in the staff report. So in terms of the general land use plan and density, we believe that low-medium residential is potentially appropriate for areas such as this with diverse land uses, and it can provide for compatible building scale and effective transitions between uses with appropriate guidance, such as the recommendations that we've included in the study document. And of course, this study is located on an arterial with good connectivity and transit. In terms of traffic and parking, the projected traffic could be accommodated by the existing network, and then should we see a need for mitigation, staff will be monitoring that, and we would make sure that any mitigation that is needed is provided. And parking, of course, should be accommodated on site. And then again, in terms of building height, we made sure to indicate that there should be these dramatic tapers down to 2 to 3 stories on 3 out of the 4 frontages. Very recently, a resident submitted a local historic district nomination for the Nellie Custis School to be considered as an Arlington County local historic district. The nomination of our property for consideration neither mandates nor guarantees the creation of such a district. And the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board will be reviewing this moving forward. And it's important to note that this process is entirely separate from the Special General Land Use Plan study process, which is focusing on developing a high-level land use vision. The Planning Commission voted 11-0 in favor of staff's recommendation to accept the study document and to advertise the GLUP amendment for Parcel A. They also voted 7-0 with 4 abstentions to move that the Planning Commission recommend that a corridor study potentially be initiated should we start to see more special general land use plan applications in this area. Therefore, we are recommending that the adoption of the resolution to accept the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan study document and adoption of the resolution to authorize public hearings on a GLUP amendment from public to low medium residential for Parcel A. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So I'm taking over for the chair for a moment. Do we have commissions?
We do. I believe Mr. Striner with the Planning Commission is here for a presentation.
First, though?
Oh, from the applicant first, sorry.
Applicant, apologies.
That shows you why I'm a vice chair.
That's all right. It's okay. Sorry to have to step
We'll
out
go
for a
in
minute.
whichever order you suggest. Good evening, Chair Garvey and members of the board. For the record, my name is Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci, and I'm happy to be before you this evening with my clients, Melwood and Wesley Housing, in support of the special GLUP study and the request to advertise. The actions you take tonight will permit Melwood to leverage its valuable asset, the property at 750 23rd Street South, in order to facilitate a new mixed-use development marrying the missions of both entities in order to serve Arlington's most vulnerable residents. Before speaking specifically to the GLUP study, I'd like to turn it over to Larissa Kautz with Melwood and Camilla McAfee with Wesley Housing to give you a little more background on their respective not-for-profit organizations and what they hope to achieve through collaboration on redevelopment of the site.
Thank you, Kathy. Hi, I'm Larissa Kautz. I'm the president and CEO of Melwood. Melwood was founded in the community and by the community on 3 key principles: innovation, inclusion, and social good. For more than 60 years, we've been advocating for and supporting people with disabilities to live and work as they choose in our community. Last year, we served over 3,000 individuals. In 1963, the parents who founded Melwood knew their adult children could work and earn a living. They just weren't being welcomed by employers. So they developed workforce training and job opportunities that were designed to include and accommodate people with disabilities. And we're still innovating today. A prime example of this is Melwood's AbilIT program that was founded right here at our program location in Arlington. By combining technical training with the soft skills needed to succeed in the workplace, this program is helping people with disabilities launch careers with leading employers right here in Arlington and in our region. As a result, people with disabilities are earning self-sustaining wages, sometimes for the first time in their lives. This is where our region's affordable housing crisis and the natural evolution of Melwood's mission meet. As our program graduates launch careers, often after years of unemployment and underemployment, they struggle to find housing that they can afford. Often, the only housing options available are their caregivers' basements or group homes where they don't experience truly inclusive community living. redeveloping and reimagining our Arlington campus as an affordable, inclusive housing project co-located with Melwood's programs and services is the next best way to support the people we serve and the Arlington community as a whole. We recognize that this project has the potential to put Arlington on the map as a world leader in universal design and inspire broader change. We're planning to use the Kelsey Inclusive Housing Design Standards to create a shining example of what housing can look like if it's universally designed with accessibility and inclusion from the very beginning. Today, fewer than 1 in 4 adults with disabilities live independently, and only 1 in 3 experience community participation. Most live with their families, often with aging parents. Alternatives are limited, unaffordable, and lack meaningful inclusion. We hope to address these challenges by including best-in-class accessibility features, smart home technology to aid independence, and amenities and services that facilitate community engagement. Moreover, we hope that this project becomes a showcase to inspire others. We look forward to working with the Arlington staff and the community on this project, and we've announced a Melwood and Wesley community meeting on May 29th to talk more about our vision. I'm so excited to partner with Wesley Housing on this groundbreaking project. I'd like to ask Camilla McAfee, the CEO of Wesley, to say a few words about her organization.
It is on.
Yes, you're on. You're good.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Good evening, members of the County Board. My name is Camilla McAfee. I'm the President and CEO of Wesley Housing. As Melwood's new joint venture partner, we're excited to help Melwood realize their vision of redeveloping their Arlington campus into high-quality, innovative, and inclusive affordable housing for individuals that they serve as well as the wider community. Entering our 50th year of service, Wesley is an experienced nonprofit affordable housing developer, manager, and service provider that currently owns over 2,300 units of housing in the Washington, D.C. region. Given the affordable housing crisis in our region and beyond, we see great potential in the special partnerships like this one with Melwood. When community-minded landowners create plans that align with other county priorities, such as affordable housing, it really does present a unique opportunity to further Arlington's commitment to equity. And when that opportunity is in a transit-proximate, well-resourced area that will incorporate services that are symbiotic with the needs of the residents, it is so valuable that it really must be acted on. As a proud South Arlington homeowner myself, my neighborhood has benefited from being near the diverse communities of Wesley's Cadence Apartments and Appa's Gilliam Place. These communities transformed older, deteriorated institutional buildings into affordable, sustainable homes that also delivered many other community benefits, such as improvements to the public infrastructure. We've also seen great success with our community building activities through partnerships with groups such as our Stomping Ground, which we also intend to incorporate at the Melwood site. I expect that you'll be hearing from some of those who have benefited from these housing and service opportunities later. Finally, we're planning on putting forth a thoughtful design that responds to the GLUP guiding principles, which incorporates some of the community's initial feedback. Assuming that the study is advanced tonight, we look forward to further community engagement as we begin the 4.1 site plan review process and gaining input from all stakeholders in the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you can hear, this is a unique opportunity for Melwood and Wesley Housing to come together on this joint venture. And I've heard people ask, why does it matter who is coming forward? Well, it matters because the very GLUP study that's before you this evening includes a principle: prioritize affordable, accessible, equitable housing with redevelopment. And with these two partners at the table, you can see a proven track record and a commitment to going forward to address that principle, in addition to the other principles outlined in this study. The GLUP study process has been long, starting with the filing of our Tier 1 study in December 2021 to being before you here this evening. And I think we all could pretty much agree that there's room for improvement on the timeline. However, the engagement portion of the process was thorough and fair, as Ms. Rhodes showed you in her slides, with all stakeholders at the table and multiple opportunities for engagement throughout the process, which resulted in the GLUP study document and principles for you tonight, which balance the views of multiple constituencies while furthering the many adopted county policies which guide your decision-making. We support the guiding principles and recommendations that will inform the future redevelopment of the site. We appreciate the hard work of staff and all the stakeholders who provided input that resulted in this document. We support the study document, request that you do the same, and look forward to moving forward with everyone for a 4.1 project that will hopefully come to you sooner than the GLUP study did, to move this development forward in cooperation with staff and the neighbors.
Thank you. That timeline is a low bar, I think. Thank you so much. I think we have Mr. Striner still with us to comment. Yes. Thank you.
All right, so the Planning Commission heard this item, and it was a very long, spirited discussion. The headline, though, is that we approved the two motions, the staff motion approving the GLUP study, and then a second one nudging you all to incorporate a sort of larger plan to be developed for this Aurora Highlands neighborhood. That was something that we as a commission felt was something that was worthwhile for the stakeholders here in the neighborhood. In terms of some issues that we faced and how we handled them, we had a little confusion over the math, how we got to 104 units on the site. Still a little TBD how we got there. We were able to sort of figure out the sort of methodology that went into the building height, 60 feet. It was really a staff determination based on the neighborhood, what kind of density you could get away with, that kind of thing, to still fit in with the larger neighborhood. We also touched on the relationship between the developer and the neighborhood and how that had deteriorated, and how it's important if this project is going to go forward that relationship be reestablished and reaffirmed and really done in good faith. That was something that we touched on, and both parties seem to be amenable to that idea. Overall, as a commission, we're very supportive of the mission that Melwood is setting out to do here, and so we're intrigued to see what's going to come up at SPRC, because really there were a few unresolved threads in this early study portion that are going to be resolved at SPRC, and so we're really excited to see where that goes.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners, Mr. Kushner? That's our only commission?
Just the Planning Commission, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so very much. All right, I believe we are ready for our public speakers at the moment then. How many speakers do we have?
As of now, we have 33 registered speakers.
33 speakers, all right. Mr. Kushner will call the speakers and maybe call them two at a time so you can kind of get ready to come up. I am suspecting that people in this room, there are two sort of distinct sides. So if you agree with someone speaking, please feel free to silently signal your approval in some ways, but we want to kind of let everybody be able to speak and move forward. And I know everybody wants to sort of say who they approve of, but you can do that silently if you would. And why don't we get started with the first speaker? The podium, by the way, goes up and down. There's a button on the right that can help it go up and down if you're particularly tall or shorter or taller than the person before you. You can adjust the podium to your height. All right, I think we're ready to get started.
Yes, of course. Our first speaker is Matthew Kolik, followed by Pamela Van Hine.
Okay, I think the slideshow is going to come up in a second. Do you mind going to slide number 6?
And your time has begun.
All right. Well, thank you, County Board members, for allowing me to speak, for having the public input, and for all of your public service. Most of my comments are captured in this presentation that it would be cool if you took a look at it. It's kind of an amateur's attempt at housing advocacy and urban planning analysis and things like that. So if it's not perfect, all of my sources are on the source slide at the end. But the important points to foot stomp here is that according to the literature about affordable housing I was able to put together, the redevelopment will likely have little to no impact, the negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood in terms of home values, crime, and all that stuff according to the academic literature I compiled, because I've heard those have been concerns that have come up throughout this process. It's going to be run by Melwood and built by a reputable, charity and affordable housing developer. While there is, it might also be brought up just to anticipate this comment that there's probably a lot of affordable housing going up in, say, Pentagon City and Crystal City with all the new construction there, but given the housing crisis and the very specific purpose that this development's going to have, I think there's no reason not to. In closing, I would just like to say that it would be a real disappointment to walk or bike or drive by there as I do sometimes and say, hey, do you see this land that doesn't have an apartment building on it? It was prevented from happening and from serving the community. But feel free to go through the PowerPoint, and if you have questions, my email is at the end. So thank you very much, and I definitely support the amendment moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolek.
All right, our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Susan English.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Good evening. Thank you, County Board members and staff, for your hard work and for providing this opportunity to speak about the Melwood Special GLEP study. I am Pamela Van Hine, a 39-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments and similar to my comments to the Planning Commissioners on May 6th. ACA recommends rejecting the Melwood Special GLEP study, but not all Aurora Highlands residents share the ACA position. I support the Melwood Special GLEP project, the staff study document, and the unanimous vote of the Planning Commissioners to accept the study document and request to advertise future public hearings. I hope that the County Board will vote to adopt the request to accept the study document and request to advertise. I hope that the Melwood study does move forward. The opportunity to provide additional convenient, accessible, affordable housing, especially for those with neurodivergent impairments, should not be missed. I believe in the Arlington way, the careful evaluation of proposals by staff, planning commissioners, LRPC, SPRC members, and the County Board, and that any necessary protective safeguards will be addressed and appropriate language inserted in the final documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, is Susan English, followed by Donna Tanini Budway.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Susan English. Our family has lived in Arlington Ridge, 8 blocks from Melwood, for 43 years. We're grateful for our many community benefits. It's our family's goal to welcome more residents, essential workers who support us daily, along with others who rely on community support for their homes and safety by providing more housing. 2 ways I can frame this. We always inherit, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. We've inherited the buildings of the 1920s, along with the exclusionary choices of those times, as well as their flood-prone blocks and surface parking. We've inherited a human tendency to resist change and to resist the inclusion of new others. It takes some self-reflection, but I believe we can change once we see and accept how we could make different choices to rebuild our housing more sustainably and to welcome more people, workers, caregivers, and vulnerable people, all in need of homes. I support the overdue land use change. I also support the goal of 100 new affordable homes in the accompanying proposal by Melwood, which includes supportive housing with wraparound supports plus job training that will help many to live and work more independently. I'll also add that I'm a fan of trees, both new and preserved, so I'm hoping for the best possible building form to make that happen. I know there are others in our community who've lived here longer than I have who feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna Tanini Budway, followed by Paul Osgood.
Good evening. My name is Donna Budway, and I am the mother of Emma, a 27-year-old unreliably speaking autistic. Emma has seizures and is sometimes very dysregulated and loud. She's also bright, funny, and committed to social justice. She's a good friend and neighbor, but historically, people like her have been placed in institutions or group homes throughout the Commonwealth. In her almost 2 decades in Arlington Public Schools, she's spent minimal time in an inclusive setting. But in 2019, because of Arlington's commitment to affordable and inclusive housing and an incredible new APA community on Columbia Pike, Emma moved into her own apartment. Gilliam Place, a property very much like the proposed Melwood building, is a thriving, inclusive, and affordable community. With 173 units, 14 are now occupied by our friends with disabilities, many of them, like Emma, with high support needs. Entering its 5th year, our stomping ground, OSG, is a nonprofit with a mission to build inclusive communities and strengthen neighborhoods through diverse programming and social spaces for people of all abilities. Many of our self-advocates here tonight are excited that Melwood, Wesley, and OSG are partnering to expand the opportunities for people with disabilities and the broader community of Crystal City. Melwood has provided jobs and opportunities for people with disabilities for over 60 years in Arlington and the greater Washington area, and has been a trusted and good neighbor on 23rd Street. Arlington needs more projects like Melwood that are intentionally inclusive of all residents and that facilitate a live, work, play community using sustainability principles and located throughout our county. As a parent and advocate, I am grateful to live in a county that is working collaboratively with these nonprofits to solve these pressing issues for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Budway.
Our next speaker is Paul Osgood, followed by Marcia Hackley.
Hi, my name is Paul Osgood, and I've been living at Gilliam Place since March of 2022. Before moving into Gilliam Place, I was very isolated. I didn't know my neighbors. I didn't have much to do during the day. Now with my friends in the building, I enjoy going to Roosevelt Island and the dinner clubs. I enjoy the physical therapists and OT interns from GW, and sometimes they talk me into going to yoga. I would like to encourage you to support more projects like Melwood that are intentionally inclusive of all residents. I feel very lucky to live somewhere that is affordable and my neighbors know me and I feel safe. I'm sure the new property on 23rd Street is going to change a lot of people's lives for the better, like it did for me. I hope we can come together to agree that more affordable housing for everyone will make Arlington a better place to live. Thank you for your time this evening. I strongly support the project and hope we can move forward together. Come visit us anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood.
All right, our next speaker is Marcia Hackley, followed by Bill Fogarty.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Hackley. I was born in Washington, D.C. in 1952, but lived in Arlington, Virginia, because the hospitals in Arlington were segregated and Black women were not able to deliver their babies there. My family lived in Freedman's Village, which is now where the Pentagon is. After raising my family and moving into retirement in 2021, I was fortunate to get a one-bedroom at the recently built Gilliam Place on Columbia Pike. Gilliam Place is a AFA property that is both affordable and inclusive to our neighbors with disabilities. Like today, the neighbors were concerned about the impact the building would have on schools, traffic, parking, and feel to the neighborhood. I can tell you that almost after 5 years, all of that was worked out in a positive way as our building has been welcomed into the community and the fabric of Columbia Pike. We know our neighbors, and through daily walks, garden concerts, drum circles, and trash pickups, we are engaging with our neighbors and we are growing closer as a community. I would like to share some of the observations about living in the building with people with disabilities. Before living here, I never thought about what I experience now. I have had the opportunity to build relationships with people from around the world with a wide range of different backgrounds, ages, abilities, and color. For those of you who are worried about how the Melwood property will hurt your neighborhood, I hope you can open your hearts to this experience. My time at Gilliam Place has changed my life into a positive way and see the different needs of others. I am grateful to be able to be part of the community where we share life experiences together. It has changed my life in a positive way, and I'm very grateful to have found a place that we can live in, affordable and inclusive, somewhere we can really enjoy each other's company. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I hope to visit your new neighborhood soon.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hackley.
Our next speaker is Bill Fogarty, followed by Joe Barresi.
Good evening. I have lived and worked in Arlington for over 40 years, and I come here to voice my strong support for approval of the resolutions for the Melwood project. In doing so, I would like to share a small anecdote related to my efforts as an amateur historian. As a member of the Arlington Unitarian Church, I've been cleaning out the archives room and learning a lot of history, including a story about church members who formed a corporation in 1971 and filed a request to rezone a property owned by a church member to allow for an 8-story residential building in a residential, 8-story building in a residential neighborhood. There was significant neighborhood opposition, but the county board, in a vote taken almost exactly 52 years ago to this day, approved the project. That project, of course, was Culpeper Gardens, the first affordable housing project for the elderly in the area. And I think that now, 52 years after that board vote, the Arlington community knows that the board approval in 1972 was the right thing to do. I suspect 52 years from now, in the year 2076, the Arlington community will say that yes, board approval in 2024 for the Melwood project was the right thing to do. For the reasons stated so well by other supporters, I would ask you to support and continue to support this vital community project. You are making history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fogarty.
Our next speaker is Joe Barresi, followed by Robert Douglas.
Hello, I'm Joe Barresi. I'm 38 years old, and I live at Queens Court F property in Roslyn. And before moving to Arlington, I lived in Virginia Beach with my dad and discovered Mars Stomping Grounds and started coming up for visits and enjoy the community a lot. And eventually we decided to move from Virginia Beach to be closer to community, and we bought a condo that's 15 minutes away from Queens Court. And 2 months later, I moved to my own apartment. So it was like first time in 37 years I was able to live independently with the help of with my dad and other people. And I'm maturing a lot in the past year. I do a lot of stuff I was not able to do before, like community walks and Friday cleanups in Roosevelt Island, movie nights at Queens Court, and dinner groups that meet in Arlington. And I've mastered the metro and bus systems, and I can join my friends in Arlington, Georgetown, and DC. I also joined the social justice group where I'm learning a lot. And I'm also happy to say I now have a lot of good friends, and I'm currently looking for a job in the area and know that I can contribute to society. All this is possible because I live in an affordable and inclusive community. And I'm excited for the opportunity to have more individuals and disabilities and their neighbors to move in the Melwood property in Crystal City. I think everyone should experience the inclusive living. Thank you for listening to my story, and I encourage you all to expand your thinking about what is possible for people like me.
Thank you, Mr. Barresi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Douglas, followed by John Acton.
Hi, I'm virtual. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hear you.
Terrific. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name's Rob Douglas, and I've been in this neighborhood for 25 years. I've lived in Aurora Highlands. I've watched as Crystal City has undergone massive increases in density and traffic over the past 10 years. In 22202 alone, dozens of apartment buildings have been built or approved. Thousands of affordable housing units have been built or are in the pipeline. The Crystal City Sector Plan guided this growth. Some 90-plus public meetings were held before a consensus was reached, and the county board passed the Crystal City Sector Plan back in 2010. As residents, we are under the impression that the Sector Plan is the planning instrument that provides the guiding principles for development in 22202. One of the key principles listed in the Sector Plan was preserving the integrity of the single-family neighborhoods to the west of Crystal City and tapering building heights down to the west across Route 1 into the single-family neighborhood. The Crystal City Sector Plan gives lots of guidance. As you know, the sector plan has many illustrations. You know what you don't see in those illustrations? It's a 6-story apartment building in the 700 block of 23rd Street. Such a building is inappropriate for this location. Further, the request to change from existing zoning public to private multifamily use in a single-family neighborhood runs wholly counter to the entire purpose behind zoning laws and would create a significant negative precedent. The project neither matches the scale of the neighborhood nor its height limitations. The project of this size and scale is more appropriate for a commercial area where it could be close to public transport and could meet the existing zoning requirements with no changes necessary. You might be wondering how the neighborhood feels about the proposed apartment building. Well, in a recent neighborhood meeting attended by 100 residents, the Melwood application was rejected 9-1 by the residents of Aurora Highlands.
Thank you, Mr.
I urge the board to honor the commitments made to the neighborhood and shareholders in the sector
Douglas,
plan
your
and to
time's expired.
reject the Melwood application.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Our next speaker is John Acton, followed by Bertram McGann.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to say a few things. I'll be brief. I'm the father of a developmentally disabled young man, 22 years old. He still lives with me, but I'm not going to be around forever. We're looking for a place for him to live at some point. I'm delighted to endorse the application by Melwood to provide more affordable housing for people like him. And I'm really very proud to be in a community which sponsors this kind of housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Acton.
Our next speaker is Bertram McGann, followed by John Steele.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bertram McGann, a resident of Arlington for more than 25 years, and the parent of a young adult with a disability. I currently serve as co-chair of the Developmental Disability Committee of the Arlington CSB. The DD Committee supports the Melwood property in Crystal City. The expansion of inclusive housing options for people with disabilities in Arlington reflects the county's commitment to inclusion. More importantly, increasing the availability of affording housing options for people with disabilities is consistent with the instructions contained in the 1999 Supreme Court Olmstead decision, which determined that services and housing for people with disabilities should no longer be segregated or separate, but rather should be provided in community settings. As the Department of Justice settlement agreement with the Commonwealth enters its 11th year, we are excited to see Arlington County operationalizing the spirit of the Olmstead decision. The additional 104 affordable units, 30% of which will be available to adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities, will be impactful to our community. The ground floor Melwood workforce training programming for adults with disabilities and the programming offered by our Stumping Ground and other community partners are assets to the portfolio of inclusive offerings for our clients. This project truly is aspirational, particularly in the vibrant Crystal City neighborhood, where people with disabilities will be able to not only live but also thrive. Access to public transportation and opportunities for meaningful work add value as well. Arlington needs more projects like Melwood that are thoughtfully and intentionally inclusive of all residents. This is the future of community living for people with disabilities. We are hopeful and excited for Arlington residents with disabilities, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McGann.
Our next speaker is John Steele, followed by Adam Theo.
Thank you and good evening. Yes, my name is John Steele. I live in South Arlington, and I am the parent of 2 adult children with developmental disabilities. What this represents, this amendment, is the opportunity for the county to fill a great void that exists when it comes to programs, wraparound services, and the rest in Arlington County. It truly is extraordinary how few programs there are for young people, adults with developmental disabilities. So I ask that the board move ahead and give approval for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Benjamin McGann.
Good evening. Was almost about to say good morning, but
It's already been done.
Tuesdays.
It's fine.
Yeah. The issue before you today isn't about the past. It certainly isn't about preservation because the building isn't an unmodified original and it's had massive renovations over the decades. Not to mention the only historic aspect of the building is that it used to be a segregated school. A legacy of segregation is never something to be preserved. The issue before you also isn't about a single neighborhood. Housing is a national, regional, and especially county-wide issue. We are not a county of dozens of walled neighborhoods governed as fiefdoms. We are one community, one Arlington. This is about Arlington's future. Over 100 affordable units are desperately needed here. Think of the future residents that will benefit, being able to have a home of their own and to call Arlington County their home, especially those with developmental disabilities. Please approve the special GLUP amendment as proposed to low-medium residential, and although much more affordable housing will be needed for our wonderful community, let's start here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Benjamin McGann, followed by Ronald George.
My name is Benjamin McGann, and I am a 28-year-old autistic who spells to communicate. I live in my own apartment at Gilliam Place in South Arlington, an inclusive and affordable property. I would encourage my neighbors who are skeptical about the proposed Melwood project to keep an open mind about the possibilities ahead. Housing is a human right, and people with disabilities make good neighbors. At my building, the neighbors have welcomed us. I think we have demonstrated what is possible in Arlington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Good luck, and I can't wait to see what we can build in Crystal City.
Thank you, Mr. McGann.
Our next speaker is Ronald George, followed by Robbie Woodson.
Good evening. My name is Ronald George, and I represent CRI. CRI stands for Choice, Respect, and Independence. We're an organization that was formed in Arlington County in 1975 to support individuals with disabilities. Currently, we operate over 11 residential programs in Arlington County and 3 community-based programs in Arlington County, supporting individuals with intellectual disabilities, developmental disabilities, and individuals with significant and persistent mental illness. We are honored to count Melwood, Wesley Housing, and our stomping ground as partners and sisters and brothers in the pursuit of equity, inclusion, and community. CRI tonight wants to say to the commission, to this board, that inclusion and community is what we believe this project represents. As you've heard from many of the speakers tonight, the opportunity to live in a community in Arlington County that is welcoming and provides opportunity in the pursuit of happiness and one's life dream is what we believe all communities should aspire to. And this project is a significant step forward, in our opinion, towards creating more opportunities for more individuals with disabilities to find a home in Arlington County. CRI encourages the board to approve this amendment and thanks Melwood, Wesley Housing, and our stomping ground for their commitment to all individuals to find a home in our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robbie Woodson, followed by our 3-minute speakers, beginning with John Musso.
Thank you for the time to comment on this wonderful project. I'm Robbie Woodson, a lifelong resident, 3rd-generation Arlingtonian. I have seen so many changes in this county, many more than many of the people in this room, as having lived in this county and been a product of the Arlington public school system and identified as someone neurodiverse. And told at a young age that I would need to live in a community very similar to the project that is before you. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and I reside in a lovely home in the Ballston, Virginia Square community and continue to be a part of my community. Growth is inevitable, and each and every Arlingtonian sees the changes in what is being built and who is moving in next door to us. I see the changes magnified in the Ballston, Virginia Square corridor that previous comment person said has a plan. Ballston, Virginia Square, as you know, does not have a plan, and it's almost 40 or 50 years old. That is another matter. But I just wanted to point that out.
Noted. Fine.
Ballston, Virginia Square once also used to be a community filled with single-family homes and large yards. Long gone are those sites now. However, we have still managed to create a community that is inclusive and continues to grow to meet the needs of tomorrow. We stand here today to make a decision. I feel strongly about the Melwood project, strengthening the future of Arlington, not weakening it. It is as we pride ourselves on wonderful things in this county, the Melwood project is creating an innovative housing option that helps those most excluded in our society, those with disabilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you give me just a moment, our next speaker will be John Niso, followed by Jeffrey Williams.
Good evening.
Hello again, members of the County Board. John Musa, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I wish to express our strong endorsement of the Melwood redevelopment project that is before you, and we strongly urge you to please adopt the GLUP study document and adopt the advertisement of GLUP amendments. The Livability 2202 action plan, which was crafted by stakeholders and residents to guide the future of the Arlington Ridge, Aurora Highlands, Pentagon City, and Crystal City neighborhoods, emphasize the need for a diverse range of housing for all ranges of people, all types of people, as a means to ensure a better and more livable community for generations to come. And we strongly believe that the project before you adheres to that goals and would allow Melwood to not just operate in a modernized facility for years, decades, and generations to come, but also ensure that up to over 100 individuals and families would be able to be a part of this community. And of course, a certain amount of them would be set aside for individuals with disabilities who are already members of the community through the great and valuable programs that Melwood currently has and has produced in this facility for a number of years. So overall, we believe that the benefits, not just to the neighborhood of Aurora Highlands, but to Arlington as a whole, are significant, and we strongly urge you to please adopt the GLUP document and also further support the 4.1 site plan process, as that will start right after this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Williams, followed by Ron Pollock.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Williams, and I am a 30-year resident of the River House Apartments and a 22202 neighbor. I support Melwood's proposed use of this site for operations on the lower floors and affordable housing on the upper floors. I strongly support the provision of units reserved for residents with disabilities. I've listened to my neighbor's strong objections to any changes that increase height beyond 2 stories. I have a different perspective. My family moved to Arlington in 1963 when I was 10 years old. Our home was a 3-bedroom apartment in the Shawnee Apartments in the Penrose neighborhood. Located on South Courthouse Road, the 5-story apartment building is adjacent to a single-family neighborhood and adjacent to a county park. For the next 10 years, I lived here while attending Fort Myer Elementary, Hoffman Boston Annex, Thomas Jefferson Junior High School, and finally Wakefield High School. Arlington was a great place to grow up. I bicycled all over the county and across the river and into DC. I found employment as a teenager at the Giant Music on Columbia Pike, coincidentally at the Fillmore Center that you discussed earlier. I know how much I benefited from growing up in a high opportunity community like Arlington. and residing here as well, I hope we can expand the number of affordable residences in our neighborhood. I encourage the board to accept the GLUP study document to inform and provide guidance for development at this site, and at the appropriate time advertise a GLUP amendment to low-medium residential as being within the realm of consideration for Parcel A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron Pollock, followed by Ben DeVonzo.
Hello. I'm here to speak in favor of the project that Melwood is trying to build. I'm very moved by some of the personalized stories that we've heard, so I'll keep my comments short. We have an incredible affordability crisis all across the country. I think it's well known by now. And we in Northern Virginia and in Arlington are not immune from it. And that's why I think it's very important that this project moves forward. You know, at the federal level, the biggest contribution that's made to people who are having difficulty paying for housing is Section 8. And if you take a look at what's happening with Section 8 vouchers for people with low incomes, of the people who qualify for Section 8 housing vouchers, across the country, only 25% are receiving those vouchers. 75% are not receiving those. So it's not surprising that here in Arlington, there are people who desperately need help, who have difficulty affording housing, but are not receiving the help they should receive. So I just want to say, as a resident of Aurora Highlands, I very much want to welcome what Melwood is doing, and I hope that we provide real welcoming to the people who are going to get the benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock.
Our next speaker is Ben DeVonzo, followed by Craig Thompson.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ben DeVonzo, and I live in Aurora Highlands after first moving to Crystal City 14 years ago. I support rezoning the Melwood parcel to allow multifamily development. It is clear that the parcel's current zoning and GLUP designation are wrong, even for the current use. An error was made during the previous land swap, and it should be something else. So the question is, what should it be? We are fortunate enough to have a nonprofit that understands the insufficient supply of committed affordable housing in Arlington, asking to use this site to increase that supply. 23rd Street between Route 1 and Joyce is a mix of churches, commercial, and residential uses. The neighborhood currently has a number of missing middle family buildings as well. The site is a 15-minute walk from the Crystal City Metro and a half-mile walk from an anticipated future Trader Joe's. My family often enjoys the adjacent Nellie Custis Park, which recently received a nice renovation, and I do not believe this rezoning would negatively impact that experience. 6 blocks away are the Parkview Apartments, a 6-story building that also abuts single-family homes and a large park, which no one has objected to my knowledge. It is important to allow flexibility on this site in order to account for the costs of developing an affordable housing complex. For example, certain tax credits or funding options may be limited if height is restricted to lower than what the applicant is requesting. While tree preservation should be the priority, this site should also consider the benefits of fronting the building along 23rd Street, creating a better streetscape and moving the massing away from the lower density areas. I agree with my neighbors who say that this project really should have come in the context of better area planning. However, I do not think it is acceptable to further delay this project and its badly needed housing. The applicant has been engaged with the community for years on the future of the site and has been waiting for some time as this process has gone through many meetings. For the future, the discussion around the study has made clear that a small area study for 23rd Street is called for. The Crystal and Pentagon City sector plans do not apply to this part of the neighborhood, leaving a gap in planning. I agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation and encourage the county to include such a study in its planning workload for the future. However, I think it is important that the county board approve this GLUP request today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Craig Thompson, followed by Alice Hogan.
survivors of suicide attempts in Arlington, including a large cohort of those that are diagnosed with intellectual and developmental disabilities, are often heavily distributed throughout the CAF market in individual CAF units. And then, of course, we have these great opportunities here that we're speaking of today. Many of the CAF residents and survivors of suicide attempts are frequently also those that are on the spectrum as far as autism is concerned. And when you're dealing with those that are not necessarily high functioning and they're nonverbal, they can often get into a situation where what we've seen with the Serrano report and the aging of the CAF infrastructure report, I'll give one example. We had a case recently of an individual where his ceiling was on the verge of collapse with a lot of mold and mildew, consequence of the rainwater-drenched rooftops. We had a caseworker by the name of Ashley assigned with a local nonprofit that was on his, actually assigned to him as well. She was able to see that he could not really advocate for himself and get this situation fixed that had been going on for a really, really long time. So through her advocacy with DHS, she was actually able to get him moved into essentially what amounted to something similar to Gilliam Place and what we're discussing right here today. This is really, really important because when you deal with people on the spectrum and they're coming out of situations like he did, there's kind of a 50-50 split between those who are capable of being in an individual CAF unit but in a place where they don't have adequate support versus those that actually would be better served through something like Gilliam Place or what Melwood is advocating right here. And the beauty of actually fixing that situation the way that she did is that there was no longer a necessity for her because he was now in an environment where he had all kinds of support available to him. One of the other aspects of that's so important that's also been brought up is that you have opportunities here to get people back into the labor force. So when you have a labor force participation rate, particularly with working age adult males, that's actually dropping in many areas of the country, that on-site wraparound continuum of care capability allows a lot of people to be more integrated back into a labor force for those that are willing and able to actually make that transition. So that's why, I'm definitely in favor of this proposal because a lot of us have personally witnessed what he went through. And, but thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Michael Gearing.
Good evening. Alice Hogan with the Navajo Arlington Housing Alliance. We fully support the redevelopment of the Melwood property on South 23rd Street. We urge you to accept the special GLUP study document and request to advertise a future hearing for a GLUP amendment from public to low medium. The rezoning of the Melwood site would allow for a redevelopment application that would include over 100 new affordable rental units that we desperately need in Arlington, and 30% of which would be reserved for adults with intellectual disabilities, several of whom we've heard from this evening how heartwarming it is to hear what inclusion in our community really means. This project would also allow Melwood to remain there and continue to support workforce training. It would invite the services of our stomping ground to support individuals in their independent living situation. It would have no impact on the local park, and the height and density would maximize open space and preserve the cherished corner tree. As we know, Arlington land is very costly. The county regularly seeks out institutional partners eager to redevelop their land to achieve our public purposes, especially affordable housing. This nonprofit seeks to achieve the same goal on land they already own. This is the perfect ownership situation and an excellent location for this mixed-use endeavor. In the DC metro area, almost half of renters are housing cost burdened, and people with disabilities who are more likely to be unemployed or underemployed often spend more than 50% of their income on housing. This affordable project is very necessary in Arlington, in this high-opportunity neighborhood where low-income earners and adults with disabilities could afford to live and be able to thrive among us. The low and medium residential designation is the lowest designation feasible at this site to help the county achieve its affordable housing goals. The county's own affordable housing master plan calls for geographic distribution of affordable units, accessibility to a diversity of residents, and sustainable housing. This proposal would achieve all three goals. The special GLUP study document itself notes that the site on 23rd Street, quote, adjacent to a mix of residential, institutional, and commercial uses, could be considered appropriate for inclusion in mid-rise multifamily development. Nestled in this commercial and institutional neighborhood, this redevelopment would bring a thoughtful, tapered transition from the high-density areas of Crystal City to the low single-family home neighborhoods of Aurora Highlands and Arlington Ridge. We think more projects like Melwood should come. This intentionally inclusive community where affordable units will be available is a perfect model for our community. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Gearing, followed by Stacy Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Mike Gehring, and I'm a 27-year resident of Arlington. And I've come here tonight to throw my full support behind this redevelopment plan. Here in Arlington and really across the region, half of all renters are housing cost burdened, and none more so than the developmental people with developmental disabilities who are often unemployed and underemployed. This plan will help provide people with developmental disabilities to get the housing so they can thrive in this community. And the plan calls for 100 housing units, or units, 30% of which will be set aside for people with disabilities. And the area in which it's being developed is rich in, is easily accessible to public transportation. And there's a bus line on 23rd Street, and it's walkable to the Metro Rail, and it's walkable and bikeable to commercial areas and for employment opportunities. So it's really an excellent area for people with disabilities to locate. So that being said, I urge members of the board to please vote in favor of this plan. We really need to not only provide housing for the general population, but for our most vulnerable people in our community. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Meyer, followed by Benjamin Watts.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Stacy Meyer, and I was the Aurora Highlands LRPC rep. But tonight I want to share some personal thoughts. I'm an architect, and I've been working for most of my career as a collaborator and as a development manager. I've learned that for collaboration to happen, all the people engaged need to have a voice. But when one landowner is allowed to work behind closed doors and to put in a building that will add hundreds of cars a day on an already overcrowded two-lane collector road, create noise and light pollution at the expense of others, that is not collaboration. That is not a fair, objective process. I've lived in 22202 for 30 years, 23 of them across from Nellie Custis Park. I am passionate about this neighborhood. That's why when the Melwood proposal surfaced to take this unprecedented step of building the equivalent of a high-medium residential mixed-use density in the middle of a low-use single-family neighborhood, I have represented the Aurora Highlands position and their overwhelming opposition to it. We have done everything possible to remind the county of promises made to protect the scale of the neighborhood in the GLUP, the Crystal City Sector Plan, and to provide public facilities as provided in the sector plan, and to not continue to corral poverty into South Arlington per the Affordable Housing Plan. To remind you that the GLUP already contains enough density approval for all of our projected growth, and the GLUP upzoning is not needed here and is inappropriate. And finally, we provided an example of an appropriate envelope, about half of what is proposed, and that would have enough space for all 30 disabled units, despite the characterizations here. During our conversations, I was saddened to hear Nellie Custis School is not important to some of you, even though this proposal means to tear down this building before there has been any research done on the history of the school. We do know Nellie Custis was witness to the hardest fought battle of desegregation, which was in the elementary schools. This is very personal to me, as I was in 3rd grade in Richmond, Virginia, and I was in the first class of children to be bused across town as part of the integration in 1971. This was a life-changing experience for me, and one that I am very grateful for. Everyone points to the first schools to integrate, like Stratford. But the last schools to integrate were the elementary schools. That was the hardest fought battle. And that is its own important story which needs to be told, as only the completion of the integration of the schools in the county were to be able to comply with Brown versus the Board of Education. We're asking you tonight to defer the decision because of the numerous flaws in the study and until the public facilities and the historic building are reviewed. And we're asking you to reject this request and future special exceptions that propose inappropriate density for both the impact at this location and for the precedent it will set across the county.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Watts, followed by Joan Quinn.
Yes, hello. My name is Ben Watts. I live in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood and have for about 25 years. I would like to start off by saying that I fully support Melwood's mission, and by all means am very supportive of having housing for people with disabilities. I've noted that only 30% of this building is going to be for housing for people with disabilities. And there's plenty of affordable housing that is coming online just right down the street. And a propensity or a large amount is located in the South Arlington area. We have an overwhelming amount it's subjected to our area. My main problem with this is the scope of the project. I think it's far too large to be plopped right in the middle of our neighborhood. It just doesn't align with the neighborhood, and they keep saying that we have to have this many units to be profitable, but they can be. They're not profitable to be feasible, but over a time period, as long as they're making money, they could just extend the time period to be profitable. That's basics. Also, the open space that this place will take up is in an area that is rapidly reducing in open space. This will fill up a nice area that is currently fairly open, and also it's kind of stand over that park. It'll be like way high to the park, which I don't think is great. And also, I think it's going to really affect traffic. 23rd Street's a pretty busy street, and it's like it has busing that comes there, but it's not really that convenient to the metro rail, which is basically the best way to get around. And let's see, that's about it for me. But I mean, I do support the project, but just reduce the scope of it. I don't think it's necessary to be so big. And there's other areas that are compensating for the affordable housing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Watts.
Our next speaker is Joan Quinn, followed by Chris Cox.
Good evening, members of the County Board. My name is Joan Quinn, and I have lived in zip code 22202 for over 50 years. The Melwood development proposal lacks vision and erases the great potential that resides in maintaining the land as publicly zoned property that is in high demand and extremely limited for public purposes in South Arlington. Therefore, I ask that the County Board first reject the Melwood development proposal, maintain the public zoning on the Melwood site, cease rezoning publicly zoned land for the benefit of private developers. Second, defend the need for publicly zoned land in this neighborhood. Third, challenge Melwood to develop the former Nellie Custis School into a 21st century exemplar of the possibilities now available for providing, quote, jobs and opportunities for people with disabilities, unquote. Acknowledge that Melwood can accomplish their stated goal of providing such jobs and opportunities for the disabled under the existing public zoning. Fourth, join with Melwood in a public-private partnership to create an innovative educational training facility that uses data, computers, artificial intelligence, all appropriate technologies to enable and enrich the lives of and provide meaningful job opportunities for our disabled community in accordance with Melwood's strategic plan. In conclusion, there is tremendous potential residing in the maintenance of the public zoning of this land zoned public since 1923. Expansive opportunities to benefit the community, the county, and Melwood, especially those most often overlooked amongst us, the disabled. Enlarge the vision and maintain the public zoning on the Melwood site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn.
Our next speaker is Chris Cox, followed by Nicholas Giacob.
Good evening, members of the County Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Cox, she, her pronouns, and I've lived in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood for the last 9.5 years, and I'm raising my family here. I come tonight to support the redevelopment of the Melwood property and encourage you to accept the GLUP document and future amendment. And as many county residents have said tonight, and neighbors in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood in particular, I strongly support reserving a number of the units of any newly developed building for people with disabilities. My cousin Andrew has developmental disabilities, and he was first able to live independently when he was 35 years old in a similar type of development. You know, he is thriving in his new independent apartment living, and I see extreme value in preserving units for people with disabilities and providing that type of integrated living into the community. Separately, my daughter regularly plays at Nellie Custis Playground adjacent to the current Melwood property, and I support the development next to that valuable local park. I do not see how it would affect community use of that public green space. Similarly, we commonly frequent the playground, and especially as the weather gets warmer, the spray ground at Virginia Highlands Park. That park is adjacent to the multi-story Parkview building on 18th and Hayes, which is also located on a road with multiple single-family homes. The Melwood development is really well situated on an arterial road with pedestrian access, close to the Crystal City Metro Station, to numerous nearby bus routes, and to major bike trails as well. In the presentation, we heard a centering of equity as a value. Tonight, we've heard the voices of people who are most affected. In this case, the personal stories we've heard from people living with disabilities, living in our county, living in similar development and integrated housing spaces that have been transformative and just a real asset for them and for their families, as well as hearing from people who have found affordable housing through similar developments in the county. So again, to repeat, I support the redevelopment of the Melwood property, and particularly the development of that in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood as a neighbor and a anticipated long-term resident of this area. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Giacob, followed by Tina Muiz.
Mr. Giacobbe, how are you?
Thanks. Good evening. Good evening. Let me raise this up a little bit. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the County Board, Mr. County Manager, good evening. I want to start first by thanking each of the board members for taking the time to discuss our concerns with this project. I'm Nick Giacobbe. I live just steps from the old Nellie Custis School, and I have lived there since 1989. It's a really great neighborhood. I'm here to support Melwood. As I noted at the Planning Commission meeting, we welcomed Melwood's predecessors, the Sheltered Occupational Center, and later Linden Resources, who were both good neighbors. I wish we had the same relationship with Melwood. But they have chosen not to engage with the neighborhood quite as cordially, in spite of the condition of the 1981 use permit. We've recently received a very formal letter from their lawyer for a briefing next week. I'm hoping that it will be a real dialogue and include discussions of building and open space alternatives beyond the applicant's initial proposal that was passed along to you in the Tier 2 study. The current proposed building envelope, which the staff wants you to approve tonight, is simply too big and out of context. As one of my neighbors noted earlier, the Crystal City and Pentagon City sector plans talk about tapering down to the Aurora Highlands neighborhood to give diversity of architecture and housing types in the overall 22202 neighborhood. And diversity is one of those important values here in Arlington County. Permitting a 60-story height here will inevitably lead to a canyon of 60-foot buildings along 23rd Street, from Eads Street to Joyce Street. How can the Planning Commission's recommended small area study come to a different conclusion than a 60-foot height? I recommend slowing down, thinking creatively, and working together on a set of alternatives that includes a serious evaluation of the adaptive reuse of the existing century-old school and its embodied energy in a way that really can become a world-class model. We also need to consider the quality of life of our new neighbors who will live in this massive facility, as well as its impact on our current neighborhood. The Arlington of 2050 deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Muiz. Excuse me if I butchered that, followed by Carl Allen.
Good evening. I'm Tina Muiz, and I'm a 24-year resident in Arlington Ridge. I'm also the proud and, dare I say, pretty cool aunt of a young adult with disabilities. I recommend that you accept the study document and authorize advertisement of the future public hearings. I would like to call to your attention the hypocrisy of several Aurora Highlands residents who are completely opposed to or who want to severely limit developing the Melwood site. In February 2022, I and other Arlington Ridge residents spoke in front of the county board to express our support of the Pentagon City sector plan. However, we also expressed reasonable concerns about the sector plan's vision to shoehorn up to 18 new buildings at River House Apartments in Arlington Ridge, including 2 buildings 17 stories or higher. Several Aurora Highlands residents falsely accused us of being NIMBYs and unwelcoming. Melwood is fewer than 3,000 feet away from the River House site. I'll repeat that. Melwood is fewer than 3,000 feet away from the River House site. Unlike River House, Melwood is not already the 4th largest apartment complex in the greater Washington area. Unlike River House, Melwood is not already surrounded by several high-rise condo, apartment, and mixed-use buildings. Unlike the River House proposed development, the Melwood development won't block views of several DC landmarks. Unlike the River House proposed development, the Melwood development will serve some of the most vulnerable members of our community, beyond simply providing housing. I've provided materials to you that have photographic evidence that refutes several claims that you've heard tonight, such as the proposed Melwood development will reduce street parking, that it is out of character and too high for the neighborhood and will cast shadows on Nellie Custis Park. On top of these false claims, I'm heartbroken to report that an Aurora Highlands resident expressed safety concerns about these kinds of people walking around their neighborhood, and it's better to put them in DC. So who is being the NIMBY and unwelcoming now? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Muse.
Our next speaker is Carl Allen, followed by Jane Green.
Hi, sorry being on the.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Allen. Go ahead.
Yes, I need to be on the phone because of Comcast unreliability. I'm sorry. And I just wanted to say that I believe that Melwood has a critical mission that I strongly support, but that mission takes a real skill and focus. And becoming a real estate developer and a housing manager, I think will seriously harm Melwood's focus. Melwood has already shown that they lack the skills needed for this real estate project. They've already had to replace the project developer, and no one knows why, because that brings up the second point. There's been no community involvement. Melwood complains about how long this process has taken, but has not used a single minute of that time to meet with any of the neighborhood groups. I think the board is fortunate to have a former McKinsey & Company employee who could address far better than I could whether Melwood's core competence includes real estate development and property management. Also, the study has been flawed. I mean, if I told you that there was a study of the Arlington County Board asking if the board's salary should be reduced by 20%, 30%, or 40%. And then I told you that all respondents thought that the salary should be reduced by at least 20%. You would think that's flawed. But if you think this methodology would be flawed, then you must agree that the Melwood study is similarly flawed, since the neighborhood's proposal was not included in any of the options. It was solely how large it should be rather than what's reasonable for size. The other thing is the location of 23rd Street. If you picture Melwood located in the Amazon area or at River House, and Melwood would be right at the metro, at employment opportunities, at retail stores, and then think of the hue and cry that would occur if Melwood was forced out of that location and relocated to 23rd Street. Tonight we heard Melwood talk about the importance of its mission, and supporters correctly talked about how vital the mission is. However, we heard nothing about why Melwood's expansion is best served by the 23rd Street site. And I wonder, has Melwood approached any board members to discuss if its expansion needs could be included in major Crystal City or Pentagon City projects that would be far better for its client base than 23rd Street? The Planning Commission has also said that we need to do a study of the development that should occur at 23rd Street before approving any major projects. Then they say, well, let's just do this one instead, in spite of that, and see what happens. That I think we'll hear many comments on the value of Melwood, and I agree it's a wonderful place. It does great work. But we have not heard tonight is why this particular location is ideal for its clientele.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Green, followed by our 5-minute speakers, beginning with Rachel Hicks.
Good evening. My name is Jane Green. I'm representing the Yimbys of Northern Virginia, and we ask that you adopt the resolution to accept the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special Land Use Study Plan Study Document. Arlington can only address its severe housing shortage when we allow multifamily buildings and slightly higher densities in more places. And this is an excellent location for an apartment building. It is along an arterial road with appropriate bus service, and it is close to 2 metro stations. This is precisely why the staff study document specifically finds that low-medium residential is an appropriate GLUP designation category for this area with diversity of adjacent land uses, which include mixed-use, commercial, institutional, and low-density residential development, generally affording opportunities for compatible building scale and effective transitions between uses. I'm really pleased that one of the guiding principles that was included in this special GLUP study document is to prioritize affordable, accessible, and equitable housing with redevelopment. That was an addition that happened because of community involvement during the GLUP process. And this is precisely what Melwood wants to do. And you, members of the County Board, will help bring us one step closer to this vision with your vote today. The study document articulates that the subject site has the potential to improve the geographic distribution of affordable housing that is available within the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. With the exception of Crystal Houses, the Crystal House property, almost all of the neighborhood's affordable housing units are located north of 18th Street and typically in very high-rise multifamily projects. So this is an opportunity to improve geographic distribution of affordable housing in addition to the overall supply. The Melwood redevelopment will be an asset to our community. I used to live in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. My children attended daycare on 23rd Street. We've enjoyed the Miracle on 23rd Street event. We spent lots of time playing at Nellie Custis Park. The park will suffer no ill effects from having a tall building next door. We've heard that we have other parks that are next to even taller buildings, and they are still very much enjoyed. If anything, it would be nice if the building could sometimes cast a shadow, because Nellie Custis Park can get pretty hot. But this building is actually to the north, so the way the sun works, it actually won't have any shadows on the park. So all good reasons to continue to move forward with this proposal and to adopt the resolution to accept the special GLUP study today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you give me just a moment. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Rachel Hicks, followed by Ann Bodine.
I think we could all use a bathroom break and a leg stretch. So thank you all for still being here.
We do go in the back and we do stretch, but we can hear you, by the way. Just want to know when we're back there, we can hear you. Okay.
Even the bathroom.
So I should go to the bathroom to deliver my comments now. Thank you, Chairman Garvey and members of the County Board. We appreciate your time. I'm here because Arlington is my home, but I'm not speaking tonight in my personal capacity. I'm speaking as president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. I am here because over 100 of my neighbors attended a meeting and voted to take a position against this project. Not against Melwood, not against inclusivity, not against disabilities, not against people who may be neurodivergent, but against a project and a zoning request. I'm here because that was again affirmed 50-5. Just recently, a few weeks ago, with an emergency meeting that only had 48 hours notice due to changes in the Tier 2 study analysis. Additionally, the county comments reflect the same split. At the Planning Commission, we saw that there were approximately 154 comments expressing concern with this project, compared to only 94 comments that were encouraging. I'm here because residents are concerned about the harms: traffic, pollution, loss of green space, stormwater, and schools. Melwood actually agrees with some of these concerns. In a letter dated March 14th, 2022, Scott Gibson of Melwood wrote to our past Civic Association president stating that it too wanted to preserve the tree in front of Melwood. It too wanted to preserve the open space in front of the church on 23rd Street. And it too wanted to preserve the historic facade. It too also wanted to continue to allow parking for the neighboring churches, even after development, stating that such development could allow even greater parking spaces. Why then are we at an impasse? Well, all of those things seem to have disappeared. We have not heard reaffirmation of these commitments or desires in Tier 2 and feel that they are inadequately represented. There's deep concern about the loss of public use as well as the size. Parcel B remains owned by Melwood, and it will remain zoned as public under the current suggested study, but yet we're being told Parcel A must be rezoned because it is owned privately. This is inconsistent. If Parcel B can remain zoned public, so can Parcel A. We are losing the opportunity for a school desperately needed. I'm here representing the parents and students who are in trailers currently at Oak Ridge, where there's overcrowding. I'm here representing the need for a library and community center as called for in Livability 22202 priorities. Affordable housing is a cause that is very, very important. We all know, nationwide, huge deal, huge. But we're talking about a specific project. and we're not against affordable housing at this site. We are concerned about the size and scope. Livability 22202 affirmed that due to the success of affordable housing in 22202, it is no longer asking for any more affordable housing. Instead, it needs to have focus on the services available to current and future residents. This includes public spaces. We also are concerned with the duplicity. Crystal House is a project that I'm sure you all are aware of. Amazon has championed it. It is located bordering 22nd Street. Melwood is on 23rd Street, and it is 2 blocks to the east. That project will have our stomping ground, who you've heard from tonight a lot. It too specializes in serving those who are neurodivergent and have special needs. We are concerned. Why does this need to happen 2 blocks away? Why does the zoning need to change 2 blocks away to repeat something that is already successfully occurring? And if it is to be, why must it be so large? Further, the GLUP process. Earlier tonight, we heard from staff, you can't do zoning based on who it is. And then Chairman Garvey chimed in, that's called discrimination. But tonight, we've heard a lot about why we need to do this because it is Melwood, because of equity, because of who it will serve. If this were JBG Smith, would this be the same conversation? Additionally, we are concerned that there's no covenant or promise to develop this land as affordable. We also have had a serious breakdown in communications. 2 weeks ago was our first notification that there was an intention to have wraparound services at this site, and that it would be a quote-unquote a live, work, play facility. Melwood currently offers almost no employment opportunities at this site. Instead, it offers facilities and administrative work to all people, from my understanding, but of course they put the people who support their mission first and would benefit from their mission. For these reasons, we have many concerns. This is not about hearts or minds. This is about a desire for good planning and good community services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Ann Bodine.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening. I'm Ann Bodine, speaking on behalf of Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future, or ASF. ASF supports affordable housing, which is sorely needed, as well as housing for those with disabilities. This club, however, does not come with any such guarantees, and the story told here today is not complete. Today's vote is on one issue only. The sole issue on which you're voting is whether a single change to this property in Aurora Highlands is appropriate. Namely, a future change to low-medium residential land use in the GLUP, which could be consistent with rezoning to RA 818 multifamily residential. That's it. Anyone who has spoken here today on these incredibly laudable goals, such as improving accessible housing, as per the GLUP process, may be banking on false hope. The real details of the project may not indeed be fully addressed until such time as the applicant or its successor submits a future site plan application under the 4.1 process. But we have heard no one talk about that tonight. Again, I believe what we've heard is somewhat misleading, and the process that I'm describing to you under Special GLUP was confirmed by lead CPHD staff member Kelly Brown at the May 6th meeting of the Planning Commission, who told commissioners that fine-grained details on Melwood should be left to the SPRC. This prompted frustration among many, including Planning Commissioner Sarley, who observed, "It's a bit of a chicken and egg, and we can't talk about these details here, but by the time it gets to SPRC, it's already half-baked." He added that this was something we need to think about with special GLUPs more broadly. ASF could not agree more. So to restate, your sole statutory task is to consider an appropriate redesignation to low-medium residential land use with a potential RA 818 rezoning. You could recommend a lower zoning category. You could recommend a less intense land use. But other than that, your determination on Melwood tonight must be made without reference to the fine-grained details. It must diverge, therefore, 180 degrees from the PC meeting, which took into account extensive input on possible future deliverables, which was speculative, mistimed, and likely prejudicial. Although I was moved by many speakers and share their hopes for disabled housing in Arlington, the Special GLUP does not allow you to consider tonight many other factors, such as the understood affordable housing contribution derived from a GLUP change, whether Melwood would even continue its current disability training, or whether Melwood is even the owner of the site, or the total number of residential units to be delivered, about which many spoke here. The PC members, too, were frustrated, especially on this last point, as they found the math to support a proposed 104 units did not work out. I found it especially frustrating that when Planning Director Fusarelli told them, what this does not get into is how we get to 104 units, and also rebuffed questions about the number of accessible units, which has been the main focus of speakers here. Even absent any clarity, the PC still voted yes. Let's also remember 3 most recent Tier 2 documents the board approved have not yet proceeded to site plan. One is almost 2 years delayed. So we may be left holding the bag even if you vote yes on Melwood tonight. There is no guarantee because the site plan is still only theoretical. ASF suggests relinking the site plan with the study phase, restoring public confidence, and lining the fine-grained details up with the actual land use and zoning changes. ASF would also like to delay the board to delay action on special GLUPs more broadly until the board has replied to our analysis and recommendations that we sent to the board in February and March on this topic. We believe that Melwood proposal with its rare public land designation needs a close review by JFAC to look at potential alternate uses. At a minimum, the public space designation should be maintained, and the county should consider a school or library that could even be co-located with Melwood housing. Because we lack clarity on the project, as I've explained, it is important that you also level with us that Melwood may simply sell the rezoned property. Melwood land use now does not allow any residential units. The property is fully embedded in a low residential area, deserving protection under GLUP Goal 4. It has also been singled out for lower density in a sector plan. These principles are sufficient for the board to vote no on the narrow land use question. At a minimum, you should re-engage Aurora Highlands and provide more specific replies as to why their scaled-down plan for Melwood is not workable. The PC gave us little reassurance on the danger of the potential resale. It said recommendations in the Tier 2 document would apply to any subsequent owner, but PC Chair Steinberger also noted if the sale were done after full build-out, it would not come to the PC, so we are not worried. Many are worried the county making false promises. We lost benefits from Joyce Motors project, from the CoStar building. We didn't get a community school with Penn Place. We need a comprehensive review of major GLUP changes in low-density areas. This can be done with a CPHD special GLUP review already in train, or a low-density area review that is now in CPHD's work plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine. All right, is that our last speaker, Mr.
We have no
Kushner?
further speakers.
All right, thank you. Conversation is now with the board. First, everyone who's been here tonight, thank you. This was just great. I really appreciate it. Kind of made my night, so thank you. Colleagues, I know we talked about various areas to go over. I think the way I'd like to approach this is, one, we'll get a motion out first, then we'll have questions, and I think I'll just take whoever sort of gets their light on first, and then I'll just make sure who else has questions in that particular area, and then move on after that. I think that's the way I'd like to approach it, because I'm not so comfortable with the sort of areas that I had suggested ahead of time, because I've gotten new information. So that's the way I'd like to approach that. I do think we'll be discussing the issue before us, and I think probably we'll also want to talk about the recommendation from the Planning Commission about looking at GLUP studies in general. So with that, why don't we start off with a motion, Mr. DiFerranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think we will want robust conversation. I appreciate your helping us along that line. I will move the county manager's recommendation that we adopt the resolution to accept the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan study document. I'll also move that we adopt the resolution to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board on dates concurrent with those for consideration of future site plan and rezoning applications to consider a GLUP amendment from public to low-medium residential for the area located at the northeast corner of the block bounded by 23rd Street South, South Grant Street, South Hayes Street, and 24th Street South to include parcel A, RPC number 36-039-015, and to exclude parcel B, RPC number 36-039-016, which is and shall remain envisioned as a portion of Nellie Custis Park.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Coffey. All right. Do you want to get us started and speak to your motion? We'll have some questions. I think probably rather than speak to your motion, you probably have got some questions in the areas we want to discuss.
Thank you. I'll start with a question or two. Let's see. First, we received some letters that discussed low, this is for staff, that discussed low, medium residential and high, medium residential. And I wondered if you could speak a little bit to that and the densities that lead to it and why low, medium residential is appropriate even if, or just distinguish why high, medium residential would not be, is not the ask and would not be appropriate or would not quite fit the analysis that you've done.
Sure, thank you. Yes, we analyzed low, medium residential use, and we believe that it is an appropriate, potentially appropriate GLEP designation for this area. This area has a diversity of land uses. It's surrounded by institutional, commercial, and then the park uses. You know, there is lower density residential in this area. However, we think with appropriate transitions, tapers, setbacks, step downs as recommended in the plan, that it could provide for an appropriate form that is compatible with the surrounding context here. And, you know, I'd also note that this site is located on an arterial. There's frequent bus service. It's 0.7 miles to the Crystal City Metro station. So in this transit proximate area, we believe that something, you know, akin that could provide for a low-scale multifamily building could be appropriate here.
Great. Just to follow up to make sure I'm understanding, there's discussion of the number of units and the FAR, the Florida area, I think it's Florida area ratio. You've described sort of the sense of a qualitative and a description of uses and zoning. Can you tease out a little bit why, you know, I guess we're not, we've had so much testimony that's about the final potential site, and we're not at that stage right now. But can you talk a little bit about the FAR and the number of units, just so that we understand a little bit better why low medium would be appropriate? Is it what you've just described is the meat of why low medium is appropriate? How does the number of units fit into that analysis?
So what we really focused on was what is the right form. So this was really more of a form-based exercise, and that's why we did the modeling, and then we developed all of our recommendations. So low-medium residential corresponds to several different potential zoning districts, and so we were looking at the RE818. That could allow for heights even greater than 60 feet, but we felt that a building height only in the middle of the site up to 60 feet could be potentially appropriate with the tapers and setbacks that we talked about, as particularly the 2 to 3 story step downs on 3 out of the 4 frontages. And so, you know, we do not have a project in front of us. That is something that could potentially be submitted. And then that would be the opportunity to look at the actual density counts, et cetera. But we've created this form. And so, you know, I think that's really the most important thing. And then it would be up to the Planning Commission staff, then the Planning Commission, then all of you to actually review that application and to see, is that density something that is potentially appropriate? And is it fitting within this height cap and this form parameter?
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. I'm happy to yield. I see the lights on. I do have other questions later.
Sure, more questions. We'll stick with the density issue, I think. All right. Is that all right, Mr. Karatonis?
Yes. You know, density as a function of appropriateness, right? So when you say that the 60 feet height marking the highest part of the building or the densest part of the building is in the middle of the building, how is that defined? So where does the taper begin? What are the form criteria that define that?
Right, so we do not put specific dimensions in the special general land use plan study document. You know, for instance, you need an 8-foot setback, a 23-foot setback. We didn't include dimensions. That level of specificity was something that the long-range planning committee members were very specific about. That is something that should be addressed should there be a future site plan. So what we talked about is more generally the form with the greatest height being in the center of the site to allow for these step downs to 2 to 3 stories, which is defined in the study document, to create those more pedestrian-friendly frontages and to reduce the visual impact of the greater height. So we did not specify exact dimensions. That is something that we wanted to leave and that the LRPC wanted to leave up to future discussions if and when there's an actual application.
Can you elaborate a little bit? It is not very common to contemplate a setback towards the front of the building, the fronting the street. So normally the setback is a part of neighborhood manners that step back the building and taper it down to a neighborhood, to the next building, so that it's kind of more smooth in the transition. What motivated the step back to the front as well?
So we don't, again, specify a specific step back on the front, but we talk about different potential options. And this was something that LRPC really wanted to leave open to future discussion should there be an application. So one option could be that we discuss is maintaining basically the current setback on the Grant and 23rd Street edge to allow for potential conservation of the existing green space and trees and potentially interpretation or preservation of that facade in situ right there. And then moving to a more urban frontage, traveling west as you move towards the commercial buildings on the other side of the block, towards South Hayes Street. But that, again, should there be a more urban frontage all along, or should there be that step back? The LRPC wanted to leave some of that discussion to the future discussions.
Before I yield, part of the thinking is that on a arterial street, that's 23rd Street, this is an appropriate massing or an appropriate form. Can you give us a little bit more information about what kind of an arterial 23rd Street is, how many movements a day it has, something like that gives us an idea whether this is an appropriate transportation master plan designation?
So the master transportation plan designates 23rd Street as an arterial. And we looked at the vehicle trips, and in 2023, the vehicle trips were 4,633 during the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. period. And then in terms of our analysis of what we had modeled, we did a preliminary transportation analysis to see what the trip generation could potentially be. And the preliminary data shows that it could be accommodated by the existing street network, the transportation network. And then, of course, should over time there be some concerns that arise, then that's something that could be looked at, and the applicant would be asked to mitigate any potential issues.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, thank you. I just want to check, Mr. Fusarelli, was there anything you wanted to add? I just invite you to, because I saw you sort of looking like you might want to add something.
Thank you, Chair Garvey. Appreciate that. And just one follow-up point to Mr. Karantonis' question about the perspectives in terms of that some of that step back and transition down to 23rd Street. And it really was in the context of looking at both the existing zoning and development that's in place along that block, which is C1. Some of that development is approaching the 35-foot height limit. And so wanting to provide a little bit of balance between both sides of the street where any new development might happen on this side, and to harmonize that with existing development on the north side, and then presumably keeping the conversation open for what any future planning might be. So that was just one additional, I think, input or consideration that informed the building foreman recommendations that are in this study.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I think one of the concerns raised by neighbors and others in the community is really why this height, why this density? And, I would invite either the applicant or planning staff to talk about the relationship between height and density and the feasibility of the overall project. Why is it that it needs more than what is currently offered.
Hi, thank you for the question. In terms of financial feasibility and competitiveness of projects such as this, on average, the projects that have been funded both in the county and beyond in Northern Virginia for LIHTC projects has been on average about 100 units, and that, has ranged from projects that range up to 150 units and probably down to 90 or 80. But each site is very specific based on acquisition costs, constructability, below-grade parking requirements, additional conditions that jurisdiction may impose on a particular project, and really that cost metric is evaluated individually. And we're not yet at a place where we can do a full feasibility analysis on this based on some of the results of this conversation this evening. But I'd ask council to address the density and size.
Sure. So when we talk about density and height on this site, you have to look at the context in which we find ourselves. And yes, there is a single-family neighborhood around us. However, we're separated from single-family homes by the public park. We are surrounded by other commercial uses and a church that have multi-stories to them. We are not far from the commercial core. And so when you look at the height and density, the reason we're suggesting the low-medium designation is because we believe that's an appropriate transitional zoning to RA 818 from that single-family zoning, which speaks to why you wouldn't want to do, say, the high medium density. This board has placed a priority on affordable housing, and the zoning ordinance was amended to allow additional density in circumstances where you have a building that is 100% affordable housing. So were a market rate developer to buy this property, they could not avail themselves of the same density. There are provisions to allow bonus density within RA 818, but those are limited. And so in this instance, it is the board's own choice that within that RA 818, as long as the building is 100% affordable, you encourage more density to provide more opportunities for more housing for those residents. Now, in this particular instance, we could go higher than 60 feet, except for the fact that the general land use plan has taken into account the concerns of the neighbors and says we can't go higher than 60 feet. That principle protects the neighborhood. And that principle also speaks to, as you all have acknowledged, maintaining that height towards the center of the site and using setbacks, which are the whole physical building being set back, and step backs, which are step backs at the third or fourth story. Now, one of the reasons we need more height is we are doing a mixed use here. We have Melwood on the ground floor and we're putting housing above it. That Melwood use on the ground floor needs a certain floor to ceiling height to make that space feel comfortable. So if you start thinking about the height that would be needed at the ground floor to provide a good space for Melwood to operate its use, and then you think about putting the affordable housing on top of that to create a viable project that would be competitive at a LIHTC application, that is how we got to kind of the maximum height we're talking about, and also the amount of units, somewhere in the 100 plus range. Hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I have other questions on the viability and why.
But not so much the density in the envelope. Okay, so let me see if we have any more questions on density and the envelope setbacks. Ms. Cunningham.
I think you mostly answered this, but just to make sure I got all of it, there are two incentive programs that could allow additional density on a site, hypothetically. One is the Green Building Incentive Program, and the other is the Affordable Housing 100%. Would this project, as you're talking about it right now, be eligible for the 100% one, even if you had the extra height, given that there's a mix in uses? It's not just housing.
It is my understanding if the housing component is 100% affordable, then we can qualify for that additional density.
Okay. Maybe we could clarify that for my own education. Yeah.
Yeah, just to speak a little bit further to that specifically, without trying to get not too technical, but there are two provisions or articles in the zoning ordinance in particular that would allow a proposed development through site plan in an RA district to pursue additional density for the provision of affordable housing. And so under Article 1237, there is, for this particular district, the ability to get an additional 25% of density in exchange or when low and moderate income housing is provided. But also, in addition, 1559, which was amended by the county board in 2019, also provides for the provision of affordable housing as an additional avenue in order to get density above and beyond that. And that the level of additional density is really just managed and addressed on a case-by-case basis. And that's really where the transition from the conversation in terms of the potential glut designation that is before you tonight for advertisement, and moving forward, if a prospective site plan application is filed, it is really at the site plan review where those details are better understood and better evaluated in terms of how much specific density is being proposed and what are the avenues and the tools through the zoning provisions that could allow the board to consider and approve that proposal.
And so on this site, would that matter, I guess, given that the GLUP study says 60 feet max? Would that density get any higher height or change? No.
I'm sorry, if you could perhaps restate or repeat
Yeah,
the question.
sorry, it's getting late. Would any of those exceptions, if the applicant chose to request them, would they change the outcome on this site, given what the GLUP study says about restricting the height?
So I think the best way I would answer that, and this echoes a bit of what Ms. Rhodes was saying earlier, is that the recommendations in the GLUP study document provide the recommended form that we as staff, we would want the commissions and the community to look towards in terms of any proposed development for that site. We would want to see within that envelope. Now, it's our understanding that there's a capacity for additional development to be earned through those two parts of the ordinance that I just spoke to. Our expectation would be it still has to be within the form that's recommended per this study. So hopefully that helps address that
Thank
question.
you.
And that is our understanding of the principles.
Does that help?
That's it on density and height.
Francie, more on density, height, setbacks?
Yes, actually,
Yes,
I didn't
go
think,
ahead.
but I'll say out loud, that is my expectation too. 60 feet is my expectation. I'm very aware of the other changes we made in 2019 to 1559, although I couldn't have named the code section. I will say, just on density, several of the speakers, or Mr. Devanzo talked to one side of this, others wrote about this. The Crystal City sector plan, I was trying to pull it up, look through it. There are a number of different references that are mentioned in there. There's a page in particular, but the way I read it, I'd be interested in staff's sense of whether, there's talk about the edges, but the maps that I've seen and the bulk of the Crystal City sector plan don't seem to me to reach this area centrally. The phrase integrity of the neighborhood was mentioned, and we can talk to that on implementation, but do I have the right reading? How does that fall in terms of, yes, there was a general sense in that plan that we were coming down, but I don't feel from what I've been able to skim and look at that the Crystal City sector plan really effectively fully planned this part of Aurora Highlands, and I'm wondering where staff is on that.
There we go. Ms. Rhodes.
Yes, so in the Crystal City sector plan, the study area really did not focus on this area. This was the Aurora Highlands area was outside of the study area. And I should probably be deferring to Mr. Fuzzarelli, who's the author of that plan. But in terms of Aurora Highlands and Arlington Ridge, in the context of building transitions, potential traffic impacts on the broader street network, pedestrian bicycle connectivity between the higher density planning area and then the lower density areas in 22202, there was, some of the speakers had alluded to the idea of the step down. But I would just say also that the sector plans did not preclude opportunities for the county to review property owner requests, to review the land use and consider potential changes to these areas. And then also I would just say that when you're looking at the metro station area around in Crystal City, you're seeing heights up to, 200 feet, et cetera, in certain areas. And so low, medium residential really is a big step down from that. And we're talking about tapering down to 2 to 3 stories here. And those are 60 feet and then 2 to 3 stories. Those are appropriate for an arterial like this with the level of connectivity that we see here.
The author doesn't seem to have anything
He's
to
nodding
add.
his head.
Great, and I'm mindful that there are diverse perspectives on that, but I did want to at least ask the question to get it out there. Thank you. I'm done on density.
Thank you. Okay. Anything more, Mr. Karantonis? Yeah.
So in my conversations with the neighbors and walks in the neighborhood, and also with, we heard it here as well, there is certain concern that kind of extends, that says, okay, if this is mass, even for, with a great building, et cetera, and careful transitions in neighborhood manners, this may trigger the appetite to do the same along 23rd Street. And we heard here also the characterization of a canyon, et cetera. While I don't subscribe to that vision, but you understand the stressor here. So how is that? How did that flow into the consideration of the appropriateness?
Now, so this site is uniquely situated, given that it's surrounded completely by institutional, commercial, and then the park use. So this is a site that we were able to look at with its particular specificities and its particular context. As the Planning Commission noted, should we start to see additional special GLUP study applications for other properties in this area, then at that juncture, it might be worth exploring the idea of a corridor study.
So that would be the moment where we say, no, stop here, we need to look at the entire neighborhood.
Yeah, and maybe Mr. Fuzzarelli would like to chime in on a potential work plan encumbrance. But I think that, we would want to also look at what those are and what, I don't think we can speculate today what they would be, which sites and, what GLUP categories they would be potentially envisioning. But I think, if we start to see more, then maybe that's a time to at least come back together and have a discussion about that.
And if I could, just very briefly, building from that, yes, I think if we fully hear and understand the recommendation from the commission, and we're interested to understand the board's perspective on that in any direction you may have, but if an additional property along this corridor were to come forward with a request, and if there were direction from the board to undertake a study, we would have to revisit our ambitious work program, at least the one we presented 2 months ago, in this room, and understand from a timing perspective, how that type of study could be considered and when. I would also maybe use this opportunity to just point to ongoing study and an obligation we have to report back later this year in conversations with the board about potential opportunities on refining or rethinking, retooling the special GLUP study process. And the scenario where you may have several properties coming forward in a compressed amount of time showing interest in change may be something that we would want to look at or consider as a distinct scenario, as we have with some of the other special GLUP study pluses that have been conducted previously in Shirlington and outside of Virginia Square. So certainly something we will monitor and look forward to continued conversations on.
Thank you. I agree with you that we have seen an appetite here to rethink the special GLUP procedure and remerge it a little bit with standard planning.
I think everybody thought it took a little bit longer than really should. I think we're ready for.
I have one more.
Oh, no, I just want to make sure I'm trying to sort of corral a conversation. Go right ahead if you've got the same area.
Yeah, I think just related to appropriateness, which I think is a subjective call, I think, as we can all say. And I think one of the speakers, Mr. Fogarty, who brought up Culpeper Gardens, was an interesting example because I don't think I had been considering that relative to this special club process. And it's really interesting to hear 52 years almost exactly. I was not a thought 52 years ago. But, I think one thing that's always been interesting to me about Culpeper Gardens is on multiple sides, you have direct neighbors that are single family homes, and you have a 10-story building in Culpeper Gardens. And Culpeper Gardens then clearly was fought hard, and now is considered really a crown jewel, something that Arlington has done that nowhere else has, that is unique, that is awarded, that is lauded, and that has become a part of the community with community events, with the First Responders Day, with bringing people in and to be involved. And so I think as we consider appropriateness relative to neighborhoods, it is subjective. It can be hard to see, but I think there are ways to work towards it. They've preserved their green space. They've preserved their neighborhood around it, while also having 10 stories directly next to single-family homes. And it feels nice when you walk around. I've been over there a couple times this week, actually, and it really, I think, shows the possibility and what can happen when we have some flexibility around appropriateness, and when we think about sometimes in your head it's really hard to imagine, but it can work. And I think particularly with the step backs and the setbacks, and I'm not gonna delve into the site planning questions, but there's a lot more work to be done here to make it fit, and appropriateness isn't just height or no height. And I think the Culpeper Gardens example really helped me put that into context.
It's always nice to have something real to look at. Yeah. More on Sari. I think we might be ready to slip into another section. Would somebody want to start a different area of conversation? I'll go to Mr. DeFranti.
So thank you, Madam Chair. The question is, we received correspondence, and the question is about the special GLUB study process. And there was concern in one of what we received that the criteria for the special GLUB study had not been met. And, the staff report as well as the study provides significant information that I think covers things. I also, there are requirements on our website with respect to the special GLUB study of what must be submitted. Is it possible just briefly to describe the requirements of the special GLUB study just as a whole, just so that we would have those in mind and kind of staff's perspective that we've covered the main criteria that are involved?
That's great. Yeah, and I'll just add, as you describe those, if you would, if there's any that we didn't actually do, please mention it.
Yeah, I would refer to our webpage, and I probably won't come up with all the submission criteria, but generally we're looking for information on the existing and proposed general land use plan and zoning categories. We're looking for information, some kind of preliminary transportation information and numbers, and we're looking for why the rationale of the applicant for why a particular general land use plan category is appropriate. So in terms of the submission requirements, they're actually fairly general. And then what we do is we have, over time, developed an administrative guide. And so we have criteria by which we evaluate these submissions for the Tier 1 review to see, is this something that meets our criteria for study or does it not? And so, we evaluate, is this something to study or not to study? And then is this something that should be studied, for instance, in the context of, say, a corridor study? Or is this actually in an area where we already have an adopted plan that we're going to be revisiting in the next year or two? Is this something that could maybe be evaluated strictly through, the SPRC review? So we look at different ways, what's the appropriate avenue to study it. And then, of course, the Tier 2 review has, also the criteria. And so we develop our process scope in conjunction with the LRPC, and then we follow that scope. And so it is touching upon all of these different areas that you can see in the study documents. So we're talking about affordable housing, transportation, the environment, historic preservation, architecture, all those different things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Into your question? Okay. Ms. Coffey.
I have a related question.
Go
I'm going to
for
put Mr. Fusarelli on the spot because we had a lovely meeting about the history of our special GLUP studies, and you helped explain to me kind of where the division between special GLUP and site planning came from, and I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about the why of that, because I understand some of the frustrations that are coming through about, well, these are details we would like to have before we decide on this, but there was intentional reasons why we have split this process in two.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for the question and for the opportunity. And so the short version I'll provide is that in the years leading up to 2007, 2008, as was our practice at the time, there were a number of site plan applications that were coming forward in various parts of Arlington, whether it was Roslyn, parts of Courthouse, Ballston, which included a combination of requests for a rezoning, a GLUP change, and a site plan. And in those instances where we didn't have a sector plan or we didn't have adopted policy that really identified our expectations or our vision for those sites, the way in which we would handle the review of those applications was altogether considering the site plan, reviewing the site plan in tandem with an evaluation of the GLUP and the rezoning. There were a few projects in a compressed amount of time where I think it was the perspective of the board and perhaps some in the commission as well, that it would be best to basically split the evaluations and consider the GLUP change sort of in isolation and separate from a proposed project, which the rationale for that at the time, as I recall, and Ms. Rhodes can correct me, is that a site plan, can be approved with a change to the land use plan, but that site plan could expire. It could be revised through an amended site plan that might have a different use, that might have a different form, that might have a different level of density. And so given how the site plan that was coming forward to the board at the time wasn't necessarily an edict of what would happen with that land use plan change, there was a decision made and a policy adopted by the board in 2008 that set the stage for conducting these types of studies to really establish, is there a rationale and a basis to consider the GLUP change with a site plan? And so hopefully that provides a bit more context or additional historical background in terms of the establishment of that policy in 2008. And since that time, we've been following the board's policy and conducting these studies through this process.
So I would just add to that I think one of the benefits of the special general land use plan study is it allows us to take a step back. So we're not looking at a specific proposal. It's very easy to start quickly talking about unit count, architecture, et cetera. But the special GLUP study allows us to take a step back and think about, well, what is the land use here? What is the appropriate general land use plan vision for this area? And I think another benefit of the special GLUP study process is that there are many more opportunities for community engagement along the way, as opposed to having that land use discussion rolled into the site plan review process, where it's just one of many components and discussion topics. So I think those are some of the benefits, and that was also, I think, part of the genesis for this, is to really try to divorce the two and to be able to focus on the land use and those higher level issues.
Great question. Thank you. Good answers. I mean, it's just really nice to kind of set the stage here. More questions on this area? Yes, Ms. Cunningham.
Just continuing along the same lines there, I think I heard from nearly everyone who was intimately involved that this was kind of exhausting, took a long time, and maybe inherently unsatisfying, in part because of that squishiness, I think, between the GLUP land use and form, and then wanting to get to the project. Like, everybody wants to think about the project. The study that has been prepared really does talk a lot about specifics of a project, and that I'm curious whether that has evolved over time. If the GLUP decision, if we're really just talking about form, I don't understand why we have a study that says it, affordable housing and disabled and all the details when it's really just the form. Like, it shouldn't matter. When we get to site plan, it will matter a lot in terms of what we're willing, what compromises we're willing to make. But I wonder if we're actually, the tier 2 part of the GLUP study is like too close to site plan and inherently unsatisfying. So maybe you can say how it's evolved over time, or whether that's part of your study.
I would say that, we developed the guiding principles, and they're reflective of some of our comprehensive plan goals. And so we don't really talk about, the importance of housing for the disabled, or a community service use being specifically needed here. It really is divorced from a specific project. So we do talk about the importance of affordable housing. That's one of our comprehensive plan elements, and it's certainly a goal that we have for, I would say, all of our site plans to one extent to another, all of our projects coming forward. So, it was very important during the LRPC process to have that as one of the 5 guiding principles. I believe it's 5 guiding principles. And so there's not really a discussion of what this should be per se, but we're saying that, it doesn't necessarily need to be Melwood. It doesn't necessarily need to have the same community service use that they're providing. What this is saying is that that this area is potentially appropriate for a building under the low medium residential general land use plan category, and that it is important that that building address the questions of neighborhood context, sustainability, affordable housing, the other ones that we have there. So it is important that it touches upon those guiding principles, but we're not saying it necessarily needs to be this. And I think that's one thing that gets back to what Anthony was saying, Mr. Fuzzarelli was saying, is that this allows us to discuss this. And so even if, say, Melwood does sell that site, we have these guiding principles. So any application that is submitted at a future date would be reviewed against the guiding principles, and then all of the more specific recommendations in this document, ensuring that we get, we would potentially get something that comports with the guidance of this study. So I don't see that there is, there was the tier 1 to study or not to study. We did the tier 2, and it talks about land use more generally, and we developed these guiding principles and then these more specific recommendations. Site plan is a whole nother level of specificity with an actual application and actual, building, actual unit counts, et cetera. So I don't see them as all being conflated and confused.
Madam Chair.
Did someone want to add something? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Puskar.
I was just wondering if I might add, I can understand a little bit of the kind of thought that, well, gosh, you submitted this GLUP application and the GLUP principles are kind of consistent with what you were showing. I think it goes to the fact that we consider those things before we file GLUP applications. And so if I were to come in with a building that was 150 feet tall and I wanted a GLUP change, say, to CO Roslyn, and I came in on this site, right, that would never move forward because it wouldn't be appropriate for the site. And so I think that the GLUP study application definitely precipitates the GLUP study. And so there is an applicant that is moving that forward. But I think sometimes the confusion of kind of the specifics of that project and where the GLUP study lands is the confluence of people making sure that what they come in with is something that they think is within the realm of possibility, that might be acceptable, that meets the context in which it finds itself. So that's the only way I can, it's still at a very high level, right? So the work that staff is doing when they look at massing and the principles is at a very high level. But I think sometimes the reason that people think that it is directly the project is because a lot of times they have come through a process where before we ever even submit something, my job is to say to the client is that could never get approved, right? That I could never get that height. I could never get that whatever it might be. And so that's probably why sometimes the GLUP study results look similar or not too far afield from the idea, because it's been vetted in advance to make sure that it is consistent with kind of the appropriate land use for the area and the county principles.
Does that help? A little bit, but I would like to tag that discomfort I heard from multiple folks involved in the process, and I think in part on this one because it was a very long process that kind of makes it more intense. But I would like us to consider that in our study of the special GLUP study process. And on that point, I'd like to understand exactly when that is starting and when it will be completed, because I know we talked about that in my very first meeting as a board member and talked about doing it this year. So I'd very much like to know the specific timing of that before we vote on this one.
Yeah, and just briefly on that, I'm sure board members recall that in the presentation of our work program in March at our budget work session, the special relook at the special GLUP study process was identified as something as an ongoing priority for this year. It was also presented in the context of CMRI 2.0 as one of the dozen or 14 work streams that we have. And with the CMRI work, you also well know that that work is progressing to the board incrementally, as things are ready. And so I think we'll look forward to providing a report out, and an update soon to the board in terms of the timing of when we can have preliminary thoughts and proposals on the scoping of that work, and then what we might, when we might come back to the board.
So are we on track to start and finish that in 2024, which was the board's direction on January 2nd, I believe?
I think start.
If we could, let's go back to you in terms of just confirming that direction in terms of the scope and timing. But we will gladly come back with a report to the board in terms of what our timeline will be for re-engaging on this topic.
Mr. Manager, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, we're going to start it. I would say we'll start it this year. That's all I can promise.
Okay, these things take time. More on this issue or some others? Mr. Karantonis, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a comment, I mean, the 5 principles are very strong principles. They're kind of, they definitely reflect priorities that are in the comprehensive plan. So you want, and it's absolutely clear that, an applicant has to relate to these principles and provide, to Ms. Puskar's comment, provide a plan that is not completely out of alignment with these. Now, the issue is that we also want the host community, the community that, is there around of that, and understand and interpret this principle. So my question to you is, so how did we work with the neighborhood to make sure that at least, even if we have difference of opinions, that they say, okay, this responds to the scale principle, this responds to sustainability principle, this responds to connectivity principle, this responds to the affordable housing principle.
Yeah, so we received a number of comments, obviously, over the course of the study. I believe it was 240 or something during our community engagement session. And then we received about another 300 or so during our comment period on the study document draft. And so we responded to those, and we made this very clear, that we responded to those through the revisions that we made to the guiding principles, the revisions we made to the study document, and then we addressed a number of those questions and comments in the staff report with our question and answer section that we added. So we have responded to them throughout, and we took into consideration those comments, and that's where we ended up with the revised guiding principles. For instance, someone had referenced that we added a guiding principle on affordable housing. That was in response to what we had heard. We ended up recommending these step downs to 2 to 3 stories based on input we heard about the importance of having a pedestrian-friendly street and making sure that the building fit within that context and scale with the adjacent properties. So we made a number of revisions throughout the process. And then in terms of our responses, those are all seen throughout the various documents and presentations that we've produced.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Coffey,
New topic?
It looks like you're about ready to go. I think new topic. Are we ready, Mr. DeFran? We're good for new topic?
Yeah, I'm
All right.
happy to defer to Ms. Coffey.
Well,
I was going to go to concluding comments,
I don't think we're quite there yet.
but not in a way that was going to rush us. But
That's fine.
Ms. Coffey.
All right, Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I think we heard a lot of questions about why this site. Why can't we go somewhere else and do this? Why does it have to be here? And so I want to ask a few questions on that topic. Melwood owns this site outright, correct? There are no leases, there are no additional liens. It is fully owned. Okay. And I don't know if our staff could provide a ballpark estimate of what it would cost to acquire land in a transit proximal area in Arlington County to build a multi-unit housing development in. I'm guessing it's tens of millions, if not hundreds, perhaps.
I think we could safely say it would be a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
I think that is
Technical term.
a good ballpark. And so, I think one of the things that is really, is a community value, right, is dispersing our affordable housing across the community, not just having it all in one neighborhood. And also, Melwood owns this property. And so I think, it is important for me to hear that there is no other viable site on which you could provide these housing units, education and employment services, and other wraparound services, correct?
Exactly. Because they own this property outright, they're able to leverage having the ability of the available land, which we all know is so scarce in Arlington County, to put both uses on that same piece of property. And that land that they own was part of a land swap with Arlington County back in 1981, where the county got land in Ballston, where they have built, very, very tall office buildings and residential in exchange for this land here. And so the existing public designation is inconsistent with the zoning and inconsistent with the expectations of that land swap.
Thank you. And that actually brings me very directly to my next question, which is for staff, which is, when is the last time this site was used for a public use?
So Parcel A, I'm not sure when the public school closed.
1979 is what our history
1979.
says.
But as you know, Parcel B is and will continue to be a part of Nellie Custis Park.
Right. And has this site ever come up on our planning documents for public spaces in the last 20 years that we know of?
No.
Okay. And then, is there any reduction to the green space in Nellie Custis Park?
No, there would be no change at all to the boundaries of Nellie Custis Park. And it was recently renovated, I believe, in 2019. And at that time, we've checked with our DPR cohorts, and there is no call in the public spaces master plan, for instance, for expansion of that park at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready for concluding comments?
last one,
No,
Madam
go ahead.
Chair.
No, Mr. Garantonis.
This has to do with another principle that is not explicitly here, but it is in our comprehensive plan, which is historic preservation. And so the study allows for many treatments of historic preservation, from interpretation to actual preservation. So how is this going to inform? And we are also aware that there is an application for historic districts. So how is this going to inform the potential future 4.1 site plan application?
Yes, so the study document calls for preservation of the historic facade in situ, so in place, or potentially it could be relocated should there be a desire for a more urban edge along 23rd Street, and or interpretation of the facade. So there are some potential options, and the LRPC again was clear that they wanted to allow for further discussion should there be an application that is submitted, a site plan application. The local historic district nomination has been submitted. That is a separate process. It is ongoing. It has now been, that application has now been deemed complete and accepted. So it will now go through a review process with the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board. So we can't opine and guess what the outcome of that will be, but that would be something to take into consideration should there be a site plan that comes forward. But we checked again with historic preservation staff, and at this, they reconfirmed the guidance that has been included here.
Procedurally, does this mean that it will trigger HLRB scrutiny for appropriateness? I think we would certainly want it to be reviewed by them. This property is not actually on the historic resources inventory. It is a contributing structure in the Aurora Highlands National Register Historic District, but is not on our HRI. Okay. So that would not be triggering it, but I imagine that there will, we would suggest that there be conversation with the HLRB, whether or not a local historic district is recommended by them. Thank you. And that concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready? More questions?
As
Yes?
a continuation of that question about just highlighting, Ms. Quinn had noted that it's rare to have parcels that are still marked as public. Even this one hasn't been used in its entirety as public for a long time. We do have some processes in place, I thought, for public parcels to be considered with our partners at APS and with JFAC. Did we consult with either of them on this project, and how will we do that going forward in other studies?
So this parcel has not been publicly owned since 1981, the land swap. So at that juncture, really the general land use plan designation of public should probably have been changed to reflect the new private ownership. So because the public spaces master plan does not call for a new park or expanded park in this area, and Arlington Public Schools has not identified this site as a potential school site, no future public use has been identified here. The site is also privately owned, and to my knowledge, it's not up for sale to the county or any other entity. So the public designation really is not appropriate, and it's not consistent with this underlying zoning of the C1 and the R6.
Right. Isn't it true, though, that when it was designated public, it was part of the plan, right? So that if the adjustment had been made at that time in 1980 or whenever, you might have asked the question, should we add more public space if we're taking some away? And it seems like we didn't ask that. We are still not asking it. And I don't think the answer would change in this case, but I am a little concerned that the process is not
No, we certainly
approaching
did
APS.
ask, should this...
Did we ask APS?
We asked, we confirmed that it's not on not on any of the APS lists for areas that could be a potential school site. And it is not in the public spaces master plan as being designated public. And we certainly asked ourselves, should this remain public? But because it is not under public ownership and there is no call for this site to be public in the future, And it really should have been changed back in 1981 when the county made that decision to sell it to a private entity. So I would say it was really more of an omission. Things were done a little bit differently in the 80s, but certainly if this was to come forward now, I think we'd be wanting to have, that correspondence between the actual ownership, the actual use, the zoning, and the GLUP moving forward. We certainly have discrepancies, but that's not something that we typically like to replicate in this day and age.
Great. And then last question on the process is, I think several community members noted that any upglupping is giving a significant value to the current owner and potentially to future owners. Do we estimate that value at any point during this process, whether now or in site planning? Obviously, in another situation, if you were giving density, you'd estimate the value and you would kind of pack that into the community benefit.
So we're certainly not estimating the value of that, but one thing that we do, and we discussed this in the study document, is that typically when there is a GLUP amendment from one category to another, that we ask for 20% of that differential from the base to that new designation. And maybe I'll let Anthony rephrase that in case I'm misrepresenting it, but that 20% of that density should be marked as affordable. So that's something. And then I just wanted to make sure it's clear that the special GLUP study is merely recommending that the county board consider a potential amendment to the general land use plan, where the special GLUP study process does not end with a change to the general land use plan or the zoning. It's merely bringing forward this recommendation that the county board consider amending the GLUP should there be an appropriate future site plan at a future date. So there's no actual change to the GLUP as part of this process. But I'll let Anthony speak more clearly perhaps on the 20% differential.
No, I don't think I'd have too much more to add. Just reinforce that with the board's action tonight, if you elect to advertise this, there really should be no change, tangible change to the property today. It's just signaling our openness and the board's openness to considering a future site plan with a rezoning, with a GLUP amendment at a future date. And it's through that site plan, depending on the amount of development program that is proposed, where there would be sort of a conversation about are the community benefits that are being provided commensurate with the additional value that is really inherent in that development yield.
Great, thank you.
All right.
So this is actually not quite concluding comments, but moving us in that direction. First, I want to just sort of note it. I mean, we had a comment that this should be about planning from Ms. Hicks, and I think you said not just heart, but minds and planning. We've definitely, I feel, been pretty analytical over the last hour. And so on the surveys, I guess this is for staff and it's meant to be quick. There's, we received 85 out of 100 said concerns in one survey. And I think the language in that survey was, do you want a 35-foot building or do you want a 60-foot building? And then we had a survey from the county staff, which didn't say, to my understanding, that didn't say, do you like this idea or do you not like this idea? It just put 6 different criteria, and do you care about these different criteria? So I guess what I'm reading from all the documents is that it's not as though the surveys were submitted in a way that was devoid of framing that could lead to different conclusions. And I guess, do I have it right that the staff survey was 6 different items, but not a question of like, are you inclined to support additional density in a project here? It was more, how do you rank what you strongly agree with and disagree with? Did I read that right?
I'd have to look back at what we did for community engagement surveys and all the different questions, but there is always a question about, where you can submit your own written testimony. So, and people certainly took advantage of that. So, that's another data point. So, and then of course we're always available, to receive letters, and, you'll see on the project webpage that we've posted all the letters that we've received. So people have always had an opportunity to opine on that.
Great. I guess I just wanted to sort of ask the question to acknowledge that the surveys, I don't purport to know what every, we're considering this step, and I don't purport to know. And so that's one thought. And so there's this question for the applicant about process, because there's a letter that was shared with us about a meeting in a couple of days. And then there's been I think there's been a sense that get through this process and then engagement. And so a different stage of engagement. And I just want to sort of signal that, the 60 feet is my expectation and the step down is an expectation. And we had 30 speakers. I'd guess 25 of them spoke in support, but 5 who spoken against weren't shy about opposition, some, while supporting Melwood's mission. And so, there's words that are important if you live in a neighborhood, like integrity and character of a neighborhood. I've lived in my neighborhood for less than 5 years, so I'm sort of like, whatever's there is fine. But if you lived in a place a long time, you feel deeply in. But I would say those are words that are distinct from things like, for me, from things like the shape and form of a building, which feels a little more concrete, the light impacts of a building, the location of the loading dock can be a big thing, and the traffic. And keeping in mind, we will not, there's not antiseptic change. There is change, but I guess I want to sort of see do those resonate? Do you feel like you've got a lot of work to do, because you've clearly got a lot of hearts with you, but it's also, how good and how we grow really matters to the folks who live across the street and the folks who live in the neighborhood. And so can you help a little bit with that?
Sure. First, I want to say that we don't really agree with the characterization of the outreach of Melwood to the neighborhoods. They did engage with Melwood in the past. In fact, Ms. Hicks referenced a letter from 2022, and they continued to re-engage. What has happened is the length of time that the process has taken. The pieces of the process were great, but it went from December of 2021 till today. Melwood is not a developer. As you heard a speaker say, they're not a developer. That's why they brought in a development partner. Unfortunately, over the course of this process, they did, the first partner that they had, they parted ways, and now they're very happy to have Wesley Housing, who has proven themselves able to do this in Arlington County. So Melwood has engaged, and Wesley does engage, and Walsh Colucci engages, and we intend to do that moving forward. I think part of the breakdown is some of the members of Aurora Highlands, and you heard them say it tonight, they want us to look at adaptive reuse of the building. They have said they don't want the building to be taller than 35 feet. Our response to them has been that we wanted to work through the general land use plan study with all the stakeholders at the table, with the multiple engagement opportunities, and see where those principles came out. And those principles speak to, allowing up to 60 feet with a taper down to the neighborhood. So we do have some fundamental areas of disagreement where we have committed to following the GLUP principles as you all adopt them tonight. And it'll be incumbent upon us to work with the neighbor to find common ground, but to also make sure that we're able to provide a building that is in keeping with those principles and that does represent the desires of all the constituencies that will be involved in the SPRC process. And so we do intend to do the process the way you would intend. We do intend to stick by the principles. There is some subjectivity in those principles. I have no doubt the first concept we show is not going to be the last design you see. And I hope that people understand that there has to be a starting point, there has to be a conversation to hopefully bring us all together so that not everybody's getting everything that they want, but at the end of the day, we can all feel proud that we saw a compromise and a project that we can all be proud of.
Thank you. That helps I will share that you want to be honest where there's disagreements that you've just described, and that my experience is that even where there's a disagreement, where I am honest about how I think I'm right, I often get less far than seeking grace and finding what I can of common ground. And so that's just, I think you know that. It's just, starting with where you agree can get you a lot further than and so the light impact, some of those specific items.
And I think that when we show our concept, it will show that we have listened and that there are things that we do agree with and that we heard were important to the community and that we have tried to respect. My only point was, as it related to communication, those fundamental areas of disagreement, I think, were causing some consternation.
And that makes reasonable sense to me. I don't know if we're at questions. I want to yield. So I have two last thoughts.
I'm hoping we're to concluding. Are there any more questions?
I think Matt has mostly covered my thoughts. I really hear your frustration. I know it's been a really long process, but I also hear the frustration from the neighborhood. Ms. Hicks, Mr. Giacob, and Ms. Myers stepped out. I really genuinely believe that the way Arlington does site plan engagement, community engagement, all of these things makes for better projects in the long run. I think that we have seen that time and again. And I think, as we theoretically progress through to the next step of this, I really hope that everyone can take a deep breath, understand the frustrations on both sides, right? Like, it is not one side getting everything they want and the other side getting nothing, and vice versa. It really is, I see so much frustration on both sides here, and let's come to the table. Let's figure out a way that we can really talk to each other, not at each other, not past each other, and engage to make this the best plan that it can be, because I do think that there is a pathway here. I think that pathway has to include listening and engaging and being responsive and being substantially invested in everyone getting to a plan that they can live with. I think that really is important to me to see. I think, 60 feet is the expectation. It's the maximum expectation. I want to be really clear about that. And, I think engaging early, having true conversations as often as possible, really. And yeah, I really hope to see that the first design reflects a lot of what you've heard tonight and over the last 2 years about what folks would like to have in this project. But I also, would anticipate that we will go through at least a couple rounds.
All right, thank you. Mr. DiFrenti, you want to go ahead with your last final points?
Sure, two thoughts. In conversation today at a neighbor's, it was a beautiful, thank goodness, not too hot day, but I did try to listen. There was a desire to be represented and to listen, and I think that is something that we've just articulated, Ms. Coffey, well. I don't want to leave tonight's conversation with those, many of whom have left and gone home, but those who are here, the stories are so powerful of the possibilities here. The 38-year-old who's moved from Virginia Beach, the parents, I don't think I don't think that antiseptic decisions are what we're designed to do. So I think that the 25 who spoke in favor of the project, need to know that at least this board member heard you loud and clear, in addition to wanting to use my analytic brain for the last hour and a half. And so that is a way of saying, this is a process. We have to go to the next stage, but it is also incumbent upon us to make decisions that are about the human beings that spoke tonight. And so, we hear you and how powerful so many of you were. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, are you ready to conclude?
I'll go in a minute.
In a minute.
Get my
That's
computer
just,
up.
no, if you're not ready, that's fine. Mr. Carantonis.
I can speak. So I have to say, a special club is always a challenge for those of us who always want to think. We always think about people, but we always think also about form, because form has to do something with people. At least I consider myself somebody who really wants all the neighbors of a neighborhood to really love their neighborhood. This is the thing that this is my goal. This is my guiding principle. And so when I walked around, and I was aware of course, of all the people who Melwood serves, because I've visited Melwood many times, and I'm familiar, but I also visited with the neighbors around that. And I was envisioning a little bit the neighborhood, how it is seen from the point of view of these new neighbors. It's an extremely walkable place. We did a damn good job in making 23rd Street an arterial, well, weaker arterial, a very walkable place. It's the sidewalks are almost fantastic. The park in the back gives this calm transition. This is a smooth, a gentle neighborhood. If there is, for me, a definition of a gentle neighborhood, the neighborhood where you want people with disabilities to be able to live, this is the almost perfect neighborhood. Except of mine. My neighborhood would be even better on this. But I'm serious about that. But nevertheless, now, a size, it's not a small building, though. It's not a small facility. It's not going to be a building that has no impacts. So we sometimes think that, the lofty goals, the affordable housing goals, the expectation of putting a building like that serves this kind of of constituents and of residents is justifying everything. Actually, I think that it does the opposite. It actually obliges you to come back and win the hearts of your neighbors. The number one service, it's my belief, personal truth, the number one goal of a nonprofit like you, and I speak now to Melwood, is to actually try to be the best neighbor you possibly can be. And that remains to be seen. You owe to your own mission to be able to merge and work with the neighborhood together. This is not easy because, as you see, change is always difficult. So you're bringing a disturbance in this neighborhood, and this needs to be worked with the neighbors. So I look forward. I think there is nothing fundamentally wrong with the study to say, I thought many times, should we defer that? Should we think a little bit more about this? Are there issues, vectors that we need to scrutinize even more? And I found at the end that no, not really. But there are a lot of questions. For me, it's the historic preservation issue or the preservation of the form. For me, it's the buffering. For me, it's the biophilia. For me, it's how we manage traffic, how we make this building an extra soft building, a gentle building. Good architecture can deal with challenges and can deal also with the people who will relate to this building. To our neighbors, and I have to say, this is also one of the dream neighborhoods, Aurora Highlands. It's the 15-minute city. You probably have heard about that. Walkable access to services, walkable access to huge downtown on the east side. You have a fantastic mix of civic assets. And then I have to say, for our neighbors in Aurora Highlands, I understand how stressful this has been. It shouldn't have. I know that it has taken far too long, and it has been very grinding for you. But you have to, I invite you to see that as an opportunity to now engage and try to get the best quality of the building. which I believe, and I agree with Ms. Coffey on this, in almost all these processes, we got really better buildings out of them. And that was not always something that the developer or the proponent or the applicant has volunteered in the first place. So I personally think that we need to focus on how we get the best possible and the most gentle possible building in the neighborhood that is hosting this building, so that both the established neighbors and the new neighbors feel at home and love their neighborhood and in community. So thank you for the thorough work. Thank you for the engagement, especially Ms. Hicks and Ms. Jacoby. So I know how much you care about that, and I know how much you look also forward to a not easy process further down the road. And we will remain engaged, and we will be walking again and again and again until we get the best possible and most gentle building for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
I'm going to time myself because you all have heard a lot from me tonight. Okay, so I think one of the transitions I've had to make as I go from the think tank and the federal policy world is coming from a, if you can dream it, you can do it mindset of really creating what is the best thing out there that we could do to help people. And here our job is often not to dream up a magical hypothetical version of the world in which we did all of the right things for all of the right people, and it was within budget and happened on time, and we could do it when we needed it immediately. But it is to evaluate what is real and what is in front of us, and those opportunities often are imperfect, and they are often not exactly where we would want them to be or the length of time we would want them to be, but they're what we have. This is a project that is going to contribute significantly to our community goals when it eventually comes forward. I think I went back to the 5-year report on the Affordable Housing Master Plan, and in the 5 years that covered, we added only 79 permanent supportive housing units and only 113 accessible CAF units over the course of 5 years. That's not a lot for a growing population of folks who have disabilities as people age, as we welcome more neurodiverse people into our community and make sure it's accessible for all. There is a need for this in our community. There is a need for inclusiveness and bringing people in and not isolating, which has been the history of folks with disabilities, is we separate and we say you're other. And this is an opportunity to really take a massive step forward. The work is not done, as I said before. I really, any way I can be helpful in bringing conversations to a productive point, I would be happy to be involved. I think we will get there. We have done 2 years so far, and this is my first 5 months, but I'm really invested in making this the best it can be for Melwood, for Wesley, and for the neighborhood. And so I think we'll all be hearing more from each other. I really appreciate the work, the effort, the time, and what this really can represent for Arlington County.
Thank you. And you're under your time. Are you okay, Ms.
I'm ready, yes. So first of all, I want to be super clear that you heard from so many people in the room today and everyone up here that we are incredibly grateful for the work that Melwood does in our community, and really that all of our safety net providers do in our community. And we're really glad that you're trying very hard to stay in Arlington and continue to serve our community in new ways. I think it is clear from the discussion we've had that I am not super comfortable with the process that we have. It won't affect you guys particularly, but I do really want to reiterate for staff and for the manager that it is very important to me that we respond to what board members and community members have shared and applicants have shared is a process that isn't aging well, perhaps, that may need a relook. So I look forward to a specific timeline and scope for that study, which I thought we were well on the way to. So and honestly, my colleagues would share that I was very much considering whether we just defer a little bit because y'all would continue forward. We're not going to actually change the GLUP until there is a site plan. We're not going to redo the study or anything. But I certainly don't have the votes to do that. So I hope that you'll take next week the community meeting and really dig in. I don't know why we couldn't have done that already, but look forward to hearing positive output from that. And again, I would just say that for many that are involved in this special GLUP and for others, including our planning commission, I mean, when you hear in multiple reports that the planning commission was confused about the math and the calculations, like we're talking about the wrong level of detail at some point in the process. So look forward to that specific detail. And then again, I'd like to iterate that it would be my preference that HALRB and APS and JFAC always be consulted if there is a relative portion, which I think in this case there was. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm aiming to be done by 11 o'clock. We've all been here really long. Thank you also for coming. This has been kind of a trying issue, and I've been trying to sort of figure out why. There are a lot of sort of theories coming out. So I think some after actions and some sort of looking at how we're doing these studies, I just think the conversation could get better, could be better, should have been better. I'm hoping we can reset, that this is going to be a reset, right? I think Melwood really wants to work with the neighborhood. The neighborhood obviously wants to work with Melwood, in part because you both got to work together. So I'm hoping that can happen, and as I say, maybe in a way a reset might be good. I actually I thought your comments about Culpeper Garden were really interesting, Ms. Coffey, because maybe you ought to start with a site visit to Culpeper Garden, where I have been recently, and actually that's really big and high, and it is in a neighborhood, and it works fine. I did do a tour of the site. When there's something like this, people are so, I just went yesterday and drove around, kind of looked at things. And I must say, just doing that, stepping back, it sure made sense to me to change it, because what's there now doesn't make sense to me. It was pretty clear that it just doesn't kind of fit in, that something needs to happen. It's a really old building, and it's set way back, and there's not much there, and it's pretty commercial on either side. And I go around to the back, and I'm thinking, well, what's going to happen to the houses in the back? Well, there's a park, there's a big buffer, more than we often give. So what I think we want to do, whether we did it correctly or not, it sure feels right. And that's all. That's just sort of a gut check in a way. I'm not going to, check off, did we do these numbers and all that, right? It just feels like the new designation totally makes sense for that area. So I think we're going to be fine in the end. But again, I hope we can have a reset on the conversation to get there. And with that, I think we're almost to 11 o'clock, and I think I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, I think, 5-0. We good? Yep. Motion passes 5-0. We will move forward. Hopefully, we will have better conversations, some reset, and I'm happy to talk to people about how we might have better conversations. I really would like to work on that. So thank you very much. Everybody get home. It's late. Be safe. And with that, I believe we're concluded. Is there anything else to come before the board? Mr. Kushner, please tell me there's not.
No further items.
All right. Nothing more to come before the board. We are adjourned for May.